Hello everybody, I'm Rob Duenas and welcome to SketchCraft Live, where I desperately try to actually find the art I'm about to color. We're here to color some Tracer from Overwatch. That's what we're going to do. I actually have 3 of these suckers to color, but right now we're going to focus on one and then move on from there. So, someone on Facebook is saying hello. Alrighty. So this is B marker paper. This is the kind of paper I tend to color on. Today we're going to teach poodles how to fly. No, show my age there, folks. Today we're going to be using Copics and then Distress Ink to do the background and color pencils to do all the blends and stuff. So I've already done a color guide, which I kind of made on my own here while I watch TV. Kind of worked it out. So I'll call out the codes as I do them, and then you're welcome to write them down. It's pretty good for free content, right? So put this right over here. Keep track of that. Alright, so we're going to start off with our classical costume from the game. This is a commission. One guy commissioned, another guy commissioned, and then the other guy wanted one just like this one, but with a different costume color. So it's all getting done. Here we go. So I'm going to go ahead and just start off. Shit, what am I going to start off with? What to start off with? No, I'll start with their skin because that's pretty easy, which we're just going to fill with the E00. Because that's pretty easy to do. Now her hair is drawn in pencil because I kind of want to keep it a little softer. Look at that, look how hard that was. So we'll actually fill that in a little bit using a W7. You know what I wonder? I wonder if I should start off with a W3. Well, no choice now. We're just a few minutes into this piece, I'm already deviating from the plan. That's really good, Rob. Plan for that. Let that dry a little bit. It needs to dry. These are alcohol-based markers. They tend to sit on the paper a little bit. So while that's drying, let me grab my pencils actually. They sort of use those. All right. I'll start with the Y35 on the pants. going to use a Y06 here. Let me zoom in. And then we can fill this in with a W3. Come back to W7. Kind of get this going here. Do. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's always a good sign when you start coloring and all your markers need refills. Just eats up more time. Where's my W5? It's always the one refill you don't have in front of you. There you go. Always keep a paper towel nearby to clean the side of the marker. And then E25. Weird. We'll blend a little bit more of that with color pencil when I get to it. When I get to it. I don't give a fuck about whales. I go and hug a tree. Watching a lot of South Park recently. E4-1 and E4-3. Before I do this, I need to refill it. Fuck. Got that all over my hand. Let that dry. Otherwise it'll all just blend out. Which is not as cool as you might think it sounds like it to be. We'll come over here. Let's do some E4-1. Are you doing 3 commissions, character? Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing 3 commissions. It's supposed to be 2, but they both wanted the other one, the one where she's got the 2 guns posed. So I told one guy had already bought 2 commissions and the other guy had 1. So I told the guy who had 1, I said, hey, I'll color the other one twice, but you got to pick, if you want that or if you want this version. It's up to you, man. I'm not making a decision. And so then he said he'd just buy both because he didn't want this pose going to waste. So this one is going to be in her normal outfit, and then the duplicate one will be in her alternate, which is the same outfit but with green legs, essentially. Confusing enough for you? It's a popular character. That's why when people, some of the fans of the game are like, hey man, you gonna do the other characters? I'm like, yeah, if you all fucking buy them, like down the way. I got other shit to do right now. It's not high on my list right now. Just trying to wrap this stuff up, you know. I didn't even get like much of a 4th of July weekend because I was like stressing over this shit. So hey Kyle, did you want to come on Skype and shoot the shit so you don't gotta type? You're always welcome to come on and chat if you're gonna be up for a while, Friend of the show. Cool. Let me get my Skype over here on the. There we go. Hey Kyle, everybody, say hi.
Hey Rob.
Hey,
Hey
what's up?
everybody.
Hey, Kyle's here. Because Kyle's just the only guy out there typing. Hey, Andre! You have with Hanzo? I have with Hanzo. No, not yet. I got three of these to do, dude. Like, three of the one. People are like, why do you keep calling them the same character? I'm like, because that's what they bought. You know? I'm not doing this for fun. I got other stuff to do, really. But whatever.
I just thought it was funny that you ended up doing three of this character from one convention.
Online, too. So it wasn't like they saw something of mine that said, hey, it's just the way it works out, you know? And
Yeah.
online, a lot of people go, "Well, the character's kind of overrated. Everyone likes her, but really, these characters are better." And I'm like, "Well, that's what they want." Like, I don't. I actually had a guy that I've been sitting on for about a month. He showed me the three sketches. Can I show you the three sketches? It's this pose plus this one twice. I gotta do two versions of her in different outfits. So, but but he wanted to trace her with plushies like I did was doing that April. And I said, "Hey, after I get done with this Rick and Morty and this Bayonetta, I'll do that." Because I like that April O'Neil I was sketching, but he wanted one like that, but with Tracer and some plushies. So he gets the game, plays it enough to go, I don't like the character. I'm like, oh, have you drawn it yet? I'm like, no, I haven't drawn it yet. He's like, all right, would you be willing to do this? Because then he starts going, well, Tracer is very popular. Maybe I'll pick a more popular. I said, just tell me what fucking character you want, because like I'm not gonna go through this popularity contest, like trying to figure out what people like. Like that's called trend boarding. Like I did that for a job for the longest time, like and I see artists now, they come up to me at cons talking about like, oh, you gotta pick this character because this is coming out and that character's gonna be popular. And I'm like, you don't fucking know anything, dude. Like, what do you know what's gonna be popular? Everyone thought Captain Phasma was gonna be the shit. Now look at it. You know what I mean? Like, what do you know? Like, what do you really know? You know?
I mean, you can probably say, hey, there's a Deadpool movie coming out. He's going to be popular,
Hey, you
but you're
want to know
not.
what I'd say? Hey, they're putting Darth Vader in Episode 3. That's got to be a good idea, right?
Yeah,
Well,
maybe not.
no, right? Like anything could be fucked up, like anything. Not everything crosses the finish line as well as you'd like it, to hope. So, thanks, Andre. I appreciate it. God damn it, my cup is sticking. So, you had a guy this morning. I wake up and he's like, "Hey, man, when are you gonna finish that Battletoads and everything so I can pick some prints?" I'm like, "I'm getting to it. Just pick other. If you don't want to wait for the stretch goals, pick whatever prints you want. I'll ship them out tomorrow. You know." Just chill. I'm getting to it. A lot of what I've been doing is like you see how like I'm sketching these now, right?
Hmm.
With the coal erase and the pen. Then I'm scanning and doing cleanup, like how I did with your Rick and Morty. Like I want to be able to do that on the X-Men and everything else. Like I'm trying to figure out can I do that? On the battle shows it's half and half, you know. When it's a lot of like the pre-arranged stuff that are on the table, like with those plushies, that's hard to do because you have to like nudge that stuff into one another so much. I don't know how to describe it. Like there's so it's like dressing a set. It's hard to do that on a piece of paper because you have
Yeah,
to.
just have so much more flexibility digitally because you can just move it over.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut up the drawing and do it anyway. So I don't know how much time I'm saving given those parameters. So
Yeah.
whatever. But you got to be excited getting ready for Comic Con, right?
Yeah, yeah. I'm 2 weeks away.
Now, are you gonna need another camp place to stay Thursday night or Wednesday night or whatever? Or you good?
Possibly.
If you do, let me know.
Haven't figured that out yet.
Always welcome. Yeah.
Been procrastinating it.
The wife thinks you're okay, so you passed the test. She didn't come home to find you in your underwear, which has happened with a longtime friend of mine once. I was like, we gotta talk. Well, it was really hot. I'm like, yeah, we gotta have a talk.
Yeah, you gotta respect where you're staying, man.
Tell that to Josh Trank. I'm picking. I'm picking. But
Well, he makes it so easy though.
yeah, I wonder how Chronicle would have turned out if Max Landis hadn't written that script. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I don't know. And that, or if it had a lot more money, and Josh is like, "Oh, I got all this money, I can just blow it on like crack and whatever."
Right. You ever listen to the interview you did with Kevin Smith? It was like
No.
the lead up to that movie coming out. He did all these interviews, and there was a part three, and then the movie came out, and he did that tweet, and he never completed the part three. He's like, "Well, I can't, pick on the guy." It's like, but you should listen to it. It's on the Fat Man on Batman podcast, not on the YouTube channel. You have to actually go into the podcast archive, Fat Man on Batman, and listen to that. It's fascinating. You should listen to it.
Will do.
He's pretty open about his life, except for the making of that movie. But other than that, everything was fascinating. So I've been working on my comic booking in my free time, drawing sequential art. But I hate comic books. I mean, I don't hate comic books. I hate drawing comic book pages. I don't like it. Comic books are the only time I know that when we read literally in Z's. You
Hmm.
know what I mean? Maybe newspapers, but we don't really read newspapers anymore. Other than comic books, we read down. You know? Like you just read.
Yeah.
I mean, you're reading left and right on the page, but you're actually reading down. There's no confusion. Like you don't open up a book and go, I think I read here and then over here and then back over here. So I'm doing all my shit like storyboards. You read down. You know, fuck everybody. I don't care. Like I'm already not in the system.
Are the sequentials for Game Cave?
Yeah, Game Cave, and then for uh, other stuff. Since after I'm done with these prints, I'm not going to be doing prints other than if it's commission that turn into a print or interior art for Game Cave. So that time I'm spending because dude, these prints take forever, bro. You know what I mean? Like once that goes away, things stop being 40 hours a piece.
Hmm.
I'm gonna be using that time drawing stuff that doesn't work so well as a novel. I have ideas that don't work that probably shouldn't, have a character thinking to themselves too much. And so I'd like to do a book on the side, that you can do as a web comic or something, and then collect. But utilizing a lot of the same. Both techniques inform the other.
Hmm.
So it's the idea. But you won't see me go on Facebook making a giant mention of it. Like, oh my god, I'm coming up with this thing. Here's this is my grand plan. Like, artists get so excited, you know, and it all goes to hell. But I'm when I get to draw, I mean, they're not real storyboards. You don't have to worry about stage left, stage right, and crossing angles, and you know what I mean. It's all faux storyboarding. It's not real
Hmm.
shit. But it's enough. You know.
Yeah, some of these guys get so creative with their comic book layouts. Like I'll be reading, I'm like, wait, this doesn't make sense, and because they draw it and you don't know quite what order you're supposed to read it in.
Well, even with the game cave stuff, the sequentials are being drawn at a size and in mind with the quickness of reading.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, I've never understood the idea of drawing this giant page that has tons of details and then you read it in 2 seconds. Like I got it back in the '90s when they were selling a million copies an issue because of
Hmm.
oh my god, the details. There's all these things that are and then I'm like, well, if you're making $10 million an issue, fuck, you know what I mean? There you go. That's cool. I get it. But now it's really about reading a story. It's and they're gonna read it fast, so it's
Yeah, it's
based around
become
that.
a very writers-driven um, sort of industry. I feel like the last few years.
Yes and no. Having tried to hire a writer once to help me with Game Cave, I can tell you the other side of the story. Man, if I could just draw, I'm like, right, because without the artist, they're just selling books. And you know what I mean? They're kind of shit out of luck.
Hmm.
So, and then they're like, well, then you have to hire an artist, and you can make 3 or 4 grand on Kickstarter pretty easily, but beyond that, you got to start looking at artists in Argentina. It's a whole. But if you do like to write, like I do, then yeah, I could clean house basically. But it's right now it's about production, right? Like how efficient can I be? And am I drawing for efficiency or am I drawing to like impress every little panel, which I don't actually want to do, like despite what you might think here. You know. These things are going to be on your wall or the person's wall essentially. And I think they should look good enough to be on your wall.
Yeah, because I mean, it's a standalone sort of product. It doesn't do anything else other than look
Right.
awesome.
But a little comic thing, doesn't have to be so perfect.
No, I've been reading Mind Management, which is are you familiar with that?
No.
It's, do you know Matt Kent?
Nope.
Okay. Well, he does like watercolor pages, and the art is actually kind of ugly. Like it's not super attractive art, but the story's so good that I really don't care.
Right.
And oddly enough, I kind of want some of his art now.
Grows on you, right?
Yeah, but
Right.
if you're just showing me pictures of his art, I'd be like, nah, not interested.
Back in the day, that's how I felt about Mahfood initially. I was like, oh man, the guy like doesn't really know how to draw all these cartoon girls and shit. But then I started reading Girl Scouts and this other stuff, and when he did the Jay and Silent Bob comic over at Oni, I was like, man, it really grows on you. I like him. He's a good artist. Meanwhile, I wouldn't allow myself to do that. I'd be like, no, you got it. I mean, he's really grown now. He's like, kind of like an Ashley Wood kind of, style artist, but with a little bit more of a cartoony lean. But yeah, it was pretty bad back in the day. But I didn't really care. I mean, I'll be honest, man. I loved indie comics. That was my whole thing. And I was like, I was so happy because I was like, yeah, I could draw an indie comic because just got to learn how to draw so well. They never want to hear you don't have to draw well. Yeah, I don't have to draw that well. And then all my friends, because I would draw Spawn and shit like that, I considered Spawn an indie comic too. I'm like, well, it is. And my friends go, that's not an indie comic. I'm like, yeah, it actually really is. Like, you don't have to be poor and unsuccessful for it to be indie, by the way. Um, but because they saw me always drawing that, they're like, no, you should work. You're gonna like draw muscle bound characters. I'm like, muscle bound characters can be indie. Look at Savage Dragon. No, that's not an indie. It's Image. I'm like, that is the very definition. Like of it. Well, okay, whatever.
The whole reason they formed
Yeah,
Image was to be
actually,
independent.
it's actually the entire point of the whole thing. But okay. I mean, Owly, dude, that guy can draw. Hero Bear, love it. You know. I mean, look at Jonan Vasquez. Would they ever let him draw fucking Batman Adventures? No, they should. But, you know,
Yeah.
wouldn't it be great if they let him draw like Doom Patrol as a kid's cartoon? It'd be so awesome. Did you ever read Morrison's Doom Patrol back in the day?
I have not.
That'll give you some nightmares.
I actually have it on one of my wish lists.
Yeah, I read it when I was in high school. I was like, I wrote a whole like one of those stupid essays on like the genius of it. It's like the closest thing to reading Kubrick at DC back in the day. Like there's you can it has layers.
Was that before DC had their Vertigo imprint?
Yes, that's I think what caused the creation of it. That and
Okay.
Black Orchid, that around that time. So, but yeah, it preceded that.
I think the only Vertigo I've ever read was Sandman?
Yeah. You never read Preacher?
No.
Oh, you missed out.
I missed out on a lot.
Apparently. Did you ever have birthday parties or? Did you miss out on your entire childhood, Cal? That's what I want to know. That's what we all want to know here.
Uh, only like 60% of it.
Oh, that's good. 60% of the
Yeah.
time, every time. Speaking of 60% of the time, Hollywood. 60% of the time, they don't get it right. So I like how this summer started off with, certain movies not doing too well, and then they go, well, it's because superhero fatigue. And then as all these other movies come out and don't do well, I'm like, no, it's bad movie fatigue, motherfucker. Like, stop making shitty disaster movies. You know?
Yeah. Did Independence Day totally tank?
Yeah, and it's not doing well overseas, so which is awesome because you're always afraid that China will bail them out.
Yeah, like they did with Transformers.
Every Transformers movie, and then
Yeah.
Warcraft, which isn't bad, just misguided. Like they just took it too seriously. Like if Warcraft were like Raw Deal, but with an orc and a human, like the classic Schwarzenegger Jim Belushi team up, Red Heat, that kind of thing. Lethal
That
Weapon,
that description actually makes me want to see it.
right? Orc has a team up with a human to fucking to keep the peace, but instead they turn it into a giant lore fest, which no one gives a fuck. No one cares about lore. That's why Game of Thrones works. It has very little to do with lore. It's just people fucking with one another. That we enjoy watching
Both
nonstop.
both literally and figuratively.
Yeah,
In that
they
show.
go. Yeah, whatever way they can get it done in that show, they get it done. The lore is the last thing. Like even when they showed, I mean, you seen the season?
I no.
Okay,
I'm
I
way
won't say
behind.
shit. I won't say anything. But when they do eventually get to things that you would think would be lore-ish, they just right past it. You're like, perfect. Yeah, it's like what I call the Star Wars formula, right? Oh, the Clone Wars, your father. That's it, done. No flashback, no, just move on with it. You don't need to see all that shit. So when you go back out to the field,
Let's see. I was out this last weekend shooting, and
Kyle makes stuff. Like he
sometimes
he shoots. Well, you can't even call it film these days, can you? Do
no,
you?
I haven't shot film for like 4 or 5 years now.
Do you? What do you call it? You do shoot electronically? Is that what?
Digital.
Yeah, but what do you call it? Like you just say you shoot. How do you tell people when they don't know what a cinematographer is? Like, because I mean, I know when people ask me what I do, I cringe. Like I never
Yeah.
want to explain that. Like I just tell them I do nothing. I'm on YouTube, and they go, "You making my minute?" Nope, and they drop the subject. Mhm.
Well, one thing about living in LA is I don't really have to ever explain what I do.
Ah, right. Yeah, I forgot about
Uh,
that.
People just kind of know.
Looking forward to Stranger Things.
I am. That comes out right before I head down to Comic Con.
Can't wait.
Yeah, maybe I'll see if I can cram the whole show in before I go down there.
If only you had a self-driving car, and you could watch it.
True. I need to get one of those Teslas.
Like a guy died in self-driving car. It's all broke. I'm like, meanwhile, woman plows into man. Rips his leg off. He's lying in the fucking seat the entire time. Drives with his limped corpse 7 miles to her house. And it's like, yeah, yeah, people are still gonna fucking. This is less people. I don't want the drunk people on the road driving. Call me crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, they're saying like the future of self-driving cars is like they'll be more safe, but the hard part is having the car figure out who it's going to kill, not if it's going to kill. Because
Right. Well, I would just end all the
they're like
wars and force everyone to get. Everyone gets a fucking self-driving car. You know,
Yeah.
and you have a year to fucking comply. Oh, my constitution! I don't give a shit. If I had unlimited power, that's the one thing I would do. You know?
I I would probably use my powers more nefariously.
No, I would enact the self-driving car because I just don't trust any. Like everyone goes, I don't trust the car. I'm like, yeah, but no one do you trust me? Well, not really. Well, see, trust the car more than I trust, and no one trusts each other, but they trust themselves, which I find hilarious. I'm like, no, I don't trust none of you people.
What game is this character from?
Overwatch. You're the only guy who
Yeah,
doesn't know
yeah.
this. It's hilarious. That's why I love it. I'm like, yeah, come on, talk about it. Yeah, what is this? Oh, it's Overwatch. What's the game about? No, it's a first-person shooter. I'll be honest. It's the best thing Pixar's made. Blizzard's made. That it looks like they do these animations. It looks like a Pixar thing. They made their own little superhero universe. That
Hmm.
plays. It really the analogy is closer to Street Fighter 2. Because they all have different nationalities and colorful costumes. It really reminds me of that. You know,
Hmm.
reminds me of Street Fighter 2. First time I saw it, I'm like, this is a property that will transcend whatever game it's coming in. You know. So even though it's in this first person, it's going to transcend that. This should be the movie, but it needs to be animated. They got to stop with this live action shit. I don't know why we just don't take animation seriously in this country. Meanwhile, like the number two fucking movie of the year is an animated film. You
Yeah.
know, but it's not serious. Like, whatever. Let's make some serious animation they do in Japan. Go watch Grave of the Fireflies. You know.
Like, that'll make you cry.
Yeah. And not in a Ghostbusters reboot way, like snap! Oh, I went there. Send me your tweets.
Yeah, I see Ghostbusters is in full effect. I was at the grocery store and they have Slimer Twinkies as well as Stay Puft Marshmallow Man Twinkies. I'm just like,
Nice.
all right.
I would never eat a Twinkie.
Even if it was Slimer Key Lime Pie.
Well, it'd have to be a really big Twinkie. Snap! Oh, you don't know what I'm talking about?
No,
Ghostbusters? That's a big Twinkie. Tell them about the Twinkie.
I don't remember
You
that.
fail. Then you really
No,
fail, Kyle. You got to go back and watch Ghostbusters.
I just watched it like 2 months ago.
No, well, you weren't really paying attention.
Well, I mean, in my defense, I watched Ghostbusters 2 and that just
Never
kind of
watch
melts.
Ghostbusters 2.
Yeah, it
There is
melted
no
my brain.
Ghostbusters. That's why when people are like, "What about if the movie sucks?" I'm like, I already lived through that. It's called Ghostbusters 2. It was my Phantom Menace when I was a kid. I walked out, and then snuck into Alien 3 and had a better time. That's how bad Ghostbusters 2 was for me.
That's
You
pretty
know.
bad.
And they killed all my favorite characters at the beginning, but at least Alien 3 didn't try to pretend it was the character, right? Like this isn't really Venkman. Dana wouldn't be helpless now. I mean, I didn't buy any of it when I was a kid. And especially because I knew Sigourney Weaver too. She was already Ripley, so I was like, no, she wouldn't take this shit, you know? I mean, I had already written like two of my own versions of the Ghostbusters 2 script by the time that movie came out. So it
Cool.
was the first time I was prepared. It's like, no, it's what I would do in my second act. No, 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 no. I mean, my title wasn't great. Return of Gozer.
Yeah, but you know,
I was in my defense. I was 10. Now if I call it the Rise of Gozer, then we're talking Hollywood. Like,
Gozer Apocalypse.
right, Gozer Rising. You know,
Yeah.
Ghostbusters: The Purge.
Yeah, when it comes to game stuff, um, my last system I owned was the Sega Genesis.
Which
That
is a
that's
shame because I think you'd really get into like Uncharted. You know, it's the best, Indiana Jones style thing made since Last Crusade.
okay. Well, that's I'd buy that.
And Uncharted 4 just came out. I mean, you could just play that in the reverse way you're through if you were that interested. But Uncharted 4 is so good. It's my favorite movie this summer, and it's not a movie. You know, very
Did you
short.
see?
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, did you see Finding Dory?
I'm going Sunday
Okay.
with the wife and her friend.
I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, I like Zootopia, but I've read a book called Black Sad. Have you ever read that?
Nah.
Black Sad is this book that came out in Europe. It's brilliantly illustrated. It's watercolor. It's got like Disney. It's a world with it's an animal world, like a Disney style animal world, but it's hardcore, like Cool World, only with the fucking. It's hardcore, bro. It's with a PI and there's murder and carnivores and herbivores, but there's sex and brutality. Really well illustrated. Like it's because like a Disney animator out in France like fucking drew the thing. If
Hmm.
you get a chance to look at it, you can find a good torrent if you wanted to. It's fully translated. Black Sad SAD.
I have all these tabs open in my laptop because every time you mention something new, I got erased here. I got ReZero, Little Witch, Academia.
Yeah, but remember with ReZero, you got to watch the first two episodes and don't read any of the show descriptions. You don't want to.
Yeah, yeah.
You're gonna ruin your time.
I always do my best to avoid spoilers. Did you see the trailer for the new Westworld series?
No, but I'm looking forward to it. So I'm just curious to know what they're gonna be able to do past the trailer because I know that was affecting production. Like, yeah, we did the whole pilot episode. Sorry, past the pilot. Like, we did the pilot, but we don't really know what else to do past this.
Ah,
You know. So, but I heard they fixed it. So we'll see.
good. They're like, yeah, we took this movie and we turned it into a 2-hour pilot, but now we already told the whole story of the movie.
Yeah, it's like turning Jaws the movie into a 2 hour pilot and say now what? Well, the shark sings. I don't. Did you ever see that trailer? It was like they had a competition to turn a movie into something, market a movie incorrectly, and so they turned Jaws into a musical. It's about a man and a fish, and when the Jaws comes out, it's like, "Whoa," Jaws. And they got that Rod Stewart,
I have not seen that.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Disney's Jaws. Type that one in, They did another one for The Shining. They made it like about the guy finds the kid. It's not about a guy finding. It's about the kid becoming finding him, and it was like Shining. It's hilarious. I had my MST3K moment. It was a year ago in the theater. They play those things before the movie starts. So you have to sit and watch a bunch of advertisements for shows you don't fucking care about. It
Yeah,
was about this girl who like her life was all great, then she got cancer and it was horrible, but then she rebuilt her life and it's all about I got the cancer, and so I go, it's not about a girl who got cancer. It's about cancer who got a girl. My wife's like, "You're going to fucking hell." I'm like, "What? I'm going to. They made this piece of shit. Like, I'm going to hell."
yeah. You're just improving on their idea.
Right. I don't make one dime off this fucking thing. I'm just trying to say, it could. It's so ridiculous. No one's. Come on, man. She's not even a horrible person when she gets it. She's a good person. You know. It really. They played it like a romantic comedy with a girl in cancer. It was just the strangest fucking thing. The show went nowhere because, you know, it's stupid. But
That
just
and they only advertise it in theaters where everyone's reading on their cell phones until the movie starts.
Yeah, because people want to find out about watching TV when they go watch movies. Right.
Yeah.
I'd love to see what the metrics are on those. Like, they got to be able to figure out like how effective they are with that advertising. Because I don't think they're they're doing much with it.
I mean, for me, all it does is exaggerate the production value difference between television and movies. Like, I watch this trailer for a TV show, and then suddenly $100 million movie trailer pops up. I'm like, oh, this looks way better.
Dun, 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 dun. Mama, up on Mulberry Hill. You know, they're just like, yeah, she got cancer, and her life got great. Mom, I want to get cancer. You know, just like Butters. I got. I always think about like the outcome they want. You know, from this shit, this advertising, like the outcome they want. But I always just frame it in the way Butters would. Oh man, that looks awesome. Why can't I get cancer? You know. So then, you know, you go home and he's sticking his head and his balls in a microwave until he gets cancer. Carmen says that if I put, you know, you could see how it could just lead to nonsense. You know.
Yeah.
Do 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 do. Hmm. Just dry it for a second. Gotta let this stuff dry. So why you stay up so late? What's your excuse?
I was watching No Country for Old Men.
Ah, for fun or for
For,
studying?
for fun.
How does Deacon? Did Deacons do that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. How did Deacons do
I watched all the special features, and you can see Deacons for like 10 seconds out of their
it?
entire like half hour of special features. And
It's
he,
horrible.
he doesn't say anything.
Why does he have to, right? I want to know what Wally Pfister's up to, because Transcendence was such a big win. You know, certainly he's got Johnny Depp together for the sequel.
Wait, for real?
No, no,
Oh,
I'm being facetious.
except that sounds exactly like something Hollywood would do.
Right, with an even bigger budget. We're gonna shoot it in China,
Yeah, we'll have like a Chinese supporting character.
and not like a great actor, like just whatever was contractually available for
Yeah,
the least amount of effort. Like the dude from Gung Ho, he's still working. You know. Or they'll pull the move where they'll get someone who technically has Chinese lineage in their blood, but they're not really. Like when they got Johnny Depp to play an Indian,
yeah,
and he actually made that video explaining how he has Cherokee, and I'm like, this sounds like every kid on the playground I ever grew up with. You know, whoever was trying to explain how they had like Indian superpowers because they were like 1/16 fucking Cherokee.
yeah.
You know, and now it reminds me of like Nacho Libre when he got the eagle powers. Indian powers come to me. Don't know
Yes.
why you're always judging me. I believe in science.
Yeah. Well, at least it's been a growing trend for people to start calling Hollywood out on that. They're like, all right, you made this movie with all these Asians, but there's actually no Asian people in it. All right, let's do Ghost in the Shell. The Asian movie, but let's cast Scarlett Johansson.
Fuck that. I'm hoping the Chinese get really bored and really rich. So they'll try to make things that they shouldn't. Like, I don't know, Independence Day, but set in 1776 with George Washington, and he was an all Chinese cast. Like, just reverse, you know? This yellow, I don't know what would you call it then that's not racially motivated, right? Because whitewashing is fine now and it's all white people, but what happens when it's another culture doing it? You know?
That'll be great.
Right? And it's coming. And I can't wait to be there the day it happens. Go, oh, yeah, on Sketchcraft, we called it again. You know? And they could get like Takeshi Miike to direct it, and Shin Yao Fat is George Washington, you know? Johnny Chan's fucking Thomas Jefferson. I mean, Johnny Chan, fucking Jackie Chan. Johnny Chan, the famous poker player. I watch a lot of Rounders. It's in my rotation.
I have never watched professional poker.
Well, there's nothing professional going on in this movie. It's just fun to watch.
Okay.
You could just put this and Ocean's 11 together. You know, get two sides of virtually the same coin. I like the mood of Rounders. You know, that late 90s Miramax mood. They take their time. You know, they're shooting with the yellow. I remember them in the movie count. Like, it looks too good for this movie. The movie's just, but the movie looks really good. The movie shouldn't look this good and be this movie. I was like, wow, really? That's like, when you're a poor kid and you get Oakleys, and like, you're too poor for Oakleys. Like, I thought I was gonna be cool. No, you're stupid, and you shouldn't be wearing those because you're fucking stupid. You know, they don't make you better. You're just dumbing that down.
Like now, everybody who can afford them is just going to get something else since you're wearing them.
In the hood, they would just beat you up and steal your shit because you didn't deserve them. That's how that works. So if you only got made fun of, then you had a nice childhood.
Okay, I had a nice childhood.
Yeah, right. That's how you know. In case you're ever wondering, you know.
I never did get beat up because of my terrible lack of fashion sense.
I came close. They tried to beat me up for a lot of reasons, but fashion did almost happen once. And it was over Oakley's. But I learned, this is before Columbine, so you could do shit like this. I learned that, well, what I'll just do is strike first. So when they're in the classroom, you know those little weird desks that you used to sit in? Like they'd be the desk that's connected to the chair. Turns out those are great for pinning people. So if you knock this person over in that, they're pretty much stuck in it. You can just wail the shit out of them. They never see it coming in class. Like if you do it right after lunch, it's the best time. I really recommend it. And if you just pretend Ferris Bueller said that to you, like, if you ever driven one, I highly recommend it. Ever beaten up a man in his own school chair? You haven't lived. So you tried it.
If only I had a time machine.
Where's a DeLorean when you need one? And Mark Zuckerberg's. What if Mark Zuckerberg just has a warehouse full of DeLoreans? He's just been collecting all of the DeLoreans just to prevent anyone from, if they do invent a time machine, they're just not going to get to do it with that. So I've been thinking about the Star Trek fan film thing. Did you read the new rules they put out? It's so ridiculous, right? Isn't it great?
I think so.
It's so ridiculous. I don't even know if it's legal, but it is fun. It is fun to watch. And I've been thinking, who owns Galaxy Quest? Is that Paramount or Universal? I think it's Universal, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I want to say Universal because what would be a great dick move is if the guys who own Galaxy Quest came out and said, "You guys can do whatever you want." Right? Would that not be the best move? Just whatever you're doing, just change it to Galaxy Quest.
DreamWorks.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Like that would be the best move ever.
Just let everybody play in the Galaxy Quest universe.
Yeah, we don't care. Whatever you want to do, build it. Just change whatever you're doing now to Galaxy Quest. Just change the names over. Have the same scenarios. It's all good. Call it Galaxy Quest. We are totally fine with that.
Yeah, one of my friends was working on Star Trek Renegades, and they were like in the first week of shooting when those rules dropped. They're like, yeah, well, we already built all our sets and all our costumes, and then I guess they're just like, well, we just removed the word Star Trek and any like Star Trek property names from our script, and shot the rest of the movie.
So now it's just called
It's
Renegade, and people think it's Lorenzo Lamas' comeback.
they'll be sadly disappointed.
You gotta admit, I'm pretty good with the useless knowledge, don't you think?
Yes, they
Yeah.
should get you to work on the new Mystery Science Theaters.
Get me to work. I should just have a job, period. I mean, let's not forget, I'm gainfully unemployed. Don't be confused by all this art you see here, you know? I don't actually work for a living. Should hire me. It's hilarious. I'm one step away from like, I'm working on my script, you know? To then it turns out I'm working on the great American novel.
Which I'm actually reading one of the great American novels right now, and it's terrible.
Oh, it's amazing. Which one?
The Sound and the Fury.
Ah, yes. Yeah, pretty horrible. Doesn't really adhere to the 3 act structure, does it?
It doesn't
Oh,
really
how about the
adhere to
5 act?
anything.
Right. Welcome to old fiction. You know, the Kerouac motive, where just random shit happens randomly.
Yeah, you're like one
Yeah.
sentence, it's in one place and time. The next sentence, it's somewhere else. Like, and they don't just tell you, just randomly shifts for like a paragraph, and then it goes back. I'm like, I don't know what's happening. I don't even know who the main character is. I don't know what's going on.
Perfect.
And I mean, I don't think I'm stupid. I read a lot.
Is there any way to say that and not be like, well, I guess now I'm stupid? Like, you know, fuck. If I say I don't know if I'm stupid, do stupid people know they're stupid?
That's a great question.
That's what always came back to me. This idea that okay, because when I was a kid, you could call it, if someone was mentally retarded, that's what you call them, and now it's just mean, right? So
Yeah.
I always wondered, do they know? Like, if you really are, you know, so out of your mind and or just disabled mentally in a way that you probably shouldn't be around, do you know someone's making fun of you? Like, I don't know. How would they know they're being made fun of? Because like, if you make fun of someone for the color of their skin, they know.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I gotta go wash this off. Give me a second. It almost got ruined. Don't ruin the channel, Kyle. I'll
Okay.
leave you in charge. Give me 1 second. So here's how my mind works. So I was thinking, oh, Sound of the Fury. These old novels do make great Vin Diesel sequel titles, right? Like, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then I was thinking, oh, like Fast 8, The Sound and the Fury. Then I was thinking Fast 8, F8, Fate. Haha, what if you did F8? It's what you make of it or some shit like that? Like, you start to blend slogans. Like, right? You kind of get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. James Franco got a lot of crap for being a terrible director, and
What movie?
well, I think he do a Sound and the Fury adaptation? Maybe he just did a trailer for it.
Because he's doing that one on The Room, right? Next,
Uh,
isn't he?
yeah, yeah, he did. As I Lay Dying, he did which is another
Are you saying
Faulkner book.
directorially speaking, James Franco's a poor man's Casey Affleck?
He, I think that's being generous, actually.
Right.
But
Casey's pretty good, actually. Right?
at least with Sound and the Fury, like as I read it, I'm like, all right, I could understand why his movie would be terrible because the book is terrible.
Are you saying he wasn't able to elevate the source material?
No, but I look at the reviews on the Sound and the Fury, the book, and it's
Hmm.
got like 4.5 out of 5 stars or something. That's what makes me say, well, am I just dumb? Am I not getting this for some reason?
You don't have to like it. No, it's art. You don't have to actually like it. Art's subjective. That's why I think it's funny when they go, well, we're going to teach you screenwriting, and then they teach you the 5 act structure or whatever. And then you realize all that shit means nothing because at the end of the day, it's whatever they want.
Yeah,
Hey, we actually want this, so guess what you're writing,
yeah. Well, they do have like that. There's a screenwriting book, something about like killing the cat or whatever, and
Yeah, kill your babies and shit, all that bullshit. I've read
no,
all
like
this stuff from
no,
Michael
like
Haig and all that stuff. Go
like
ahead.
the title of the book is something about like killing your cat or whatever, and it basically gives you the Hollywood formula for every major movie that's come out, and it's all the same. And they're like, yeah, if you just follow the formula in this book, and you'll basically have a Hollywood blockbuster.
Well, the trick isn't plot, though. I think that's the big mistake. Plot means little. Plot is horrible. Plot is pointless. Like, you can make a story about two guys sitting at the fucking diner having a conversation. The plot is they talk to one another. Then they go home. That plot is irrelevant. It's experience. And the experience that characters have, how people react to situations, how characters react to situations are lost on major Hollywood filmmaking. They get so crazed up in the plot. They're spending a lot of time on plot. How things link together when that's not important. What's important is how people react to a situation. That's why a movie like Jaws works so well. It's not the shark went here and then it was here, then it was made here and it's reacting because that's what Jaws 4 does. It has a lot of plot to Jaws, which you've come to find out is what a giant shark movie doesn't need. That's actually what it needs the least amount of. It needs people experiencing, a horrific situation and trying to make sense out of it, each in their own way,
Yeah,
you know. And I think all fundamental storytelling, the best kinds, really come down to, the characters who have the experiences that mean the most to us, that we can relate to, or that make sense for the character. When things just inherently break, it's because the experience just doesn't, and you could trace it back from, well, in this act, no, 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 no. And yeah, that's a very clinical way of doing it. But at the end of the day, the experience is always king, dude. You know, for me, I think that that's
agreed.
key. That's why a movie like Drive can have very little of anything and it works. You know,
Uh, I was at the wrong end of the spectrum. The book is called Save the Cat.
save the cat.
Yeah, it's basically it just breaks down everything into like 15 story beats that have to happen and like what page they should all happen on.
Well, I mean, sure, you know, sure they do. And they could say, well, they all happened here, and I get it, but at the end of the day, that's like humans love to apply patterns. That's what we do.
Hmm.
We're really good at pattern making. We like to make a pattern in everything. Well, there's a pattern to this. The sun comes up, so it means this. And you could find a real great way to justify all those patterns. At the end of the day, a lot of those things were right because a lot of the same people in key positions are making I mean, like Tim Rothman's back to running a movie studio. I guess they didn't learn anything after Fox, right? Like, I mean, he's staying the fuck out of Marvel's way. I'll give him that. But at the end of the day, a lot of these things are happening because the people who sign the checks are the same people, or they're related to the same people, so they're making the same people decisions. It's like,
Yeah.
how much of a change are you going to have at the WWE if a McMahon's running it? You know, it doesn't matter if it's his daughter or his son. You know, it's in the family.
WWE is about on the same level as video games with me. I know it exists.
I know what exists between I know what exists between 1982 or three and 1998 or nine between there. Around the time Brett left, and then some of the Rock stuff because I thought he was a fantastic. I'd just see clips and I'd laugh. I'm like, whoever that guy is, he's a fucking genius. But I couldn't tell you what's going on now. But I know who runs the company. I understand the history of it, you know,
Okay.
and it's a family-owned business. I mean, he took over from his father. Vince took over from his father and bought all the other wrestling.
What's the difference between the WWE and WWF?
They got sued by the World Wildlife Foundation, had to change their name. Same company.
Oh, okay.
So they fought it for years and eventually lost out. So they're able to use it for old video purposes when they show clips because how can you can't edit out all that shit, dude, you know?
Yeah.
But they had to change their name to E, which they were fine with because then they were really separating themselves from like people at the time were trying to say that they were a sport. And they're like, we're not a sport, we're entertainment. So, yeah, no shit. These, I wish it were a sport. They'd have an off season. Those poor guys, they got to work 52 weeks a year, man. You know,
Yeah.
they don't have off season.
It's like there's a reason so many of them die young. They just
Yeah,
destroy their bodies.
yeah. And it's not
No
because
break.
they're having a great old time. You know, like watch the wrestler. Like how quickly a background can come together with these things. I
Hmm.
finally figured out how. I know how to paint. I just could never do it in a time frame that would make sense. You know. Now I figured out how to do it in minutes. You know. Finally, all
Yeah.
because of you.
I think these backgrounds give you a really good kind of production value to time invested ratio. It's like they're quick to do, but it makes them look so much better.
Yeah. Well, I always loved the look of the Wizard magazine covers back when they were hand painted. Stacy used to do them. This guy is Stacy. And if you look at the first issue Spawn, first two or three, he actually airbrushed and hand painted those covers. So he's a Canadian artist. I found his like website a while back and got a bunch of his stuff there. And but he used to color a lot of those Wizard covers, you know. And with those colors, it's a lot of airbrushing. But with those colors, they're very primary, you know, because there's only so much you could do, you know. So I just always like the look of that sort of thing. And I don't look at anything modern when it comes to art. You know, so when people are like, "Oh, you follow this guy," I'm like, "Nope." The most thing I'd follow is like the creature box guys or gaming or not, definitely not in comics, like in movies. But even with movie art, I don't like modern movie art. I like the older stuff. I think the way like the one thing I saw them do, like when all the concept art from episode 7 was leaking out a couple years back on the net, it was all over the place. They were like, it just doesn't look very good, and you could tell they were using markers, you know,
Hmm.
sketches and markers. Like if you look at the original art for like Empire Strikes Back, Boba Fett's concept art is just pen drawings, you know, like microns. And they're like, well, it can't be production art because it doesn't look that good. And I'm like, no, they went back to someone over there was like, you guys got to go back to using physical fucking media. And the reason why is you arrive at shapes. You will arrive at shapes with the media that you can't arrive. So digitally, so in digital, everything's based around silhouette, kind of like how I design my characters, right? Sort of the
Hmm.
silhouette. So they do the same thing in concept art. So when you watch Star Trek and the Romulan ship is just a giant silhouette with claws and tentacles coming out, but you don't see anything. It's just these shapes. That's because it was created digitally. They do these shapes and then they fill it up, with some lights and some textures and shit like that. Or they grab some mechanical photos and kind of crop them in. But to create ships that fit in an 80s style, you got to go back to creating things a certain way. to arrive there. That's why episode 1 looks the most like the prequels. I mean, actually looks from a design standpoint, it holds some candle. They don't look like giant dragonflies and shit because at least Doug Chain was like drawing those vehicles by hand and actually doing acrylic paintings of like the Naboo fighters.
Hmm.
Bada boom. We're supposed to get a Rogue One trailer next week.
Oh, nice.
That's what I hear. Probably because of Celebration, which is the week before Comic Con, which I think is next week. So
That's right.
it's
Yeah.
in the UK now, though, this year.
Yeah, what? Because Celebration was in Anaheim last year?
Yeah, this year it's in the UK because they're out there filming Episode 8 still, so they did it out in the UK. And then next year they'll do it here since they'll be promoting Episode 8 and doing all post.
Mm-hmm.
They don't tell you that, but that's pretty much the reason why.
Yeah, I kind of wish we could see the Rogue One movie that Gareth Edwards
But
originally came up with.
but
That's
we
supposed to
don't
be too
know.
dark,
We
supposedly.
don't know all that, dude. Look, when it comes to Star Wars rumors, I don't believe any of them. Let me tell you why. And this goes back to the Phantom Menace. Do you remember this rumor that started back up during the making of the Phantom Menace? They got the footage back and it was blurry and they had to go reshoot 40% of the movie. Remember that one? I
No.
do. I do. Turns out none of that was true. They just were doing reshoots like they always do. You know.
Yeah.
So when they're like, "Oh, Disney's fucking it up," I don't believe any of it. I just
I,
don't.
I
You
think the
know.
only rumor I remember from episode one is, oh, this movie's gonna be so good, and then it wasn't.
No, 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 no. The footage is blurry. Go look that one up. That is God's honest fucking truth. You know. And then the names. No one's ever gotten the names right when they predict the names. A Shadow Falls. That was a big one. Rise of the Empire. That's what started the whole Rise title naming. That one. Ain't a Cool News ran that one. Rise of the Empire. And then after that, that's when the Rise of shit started. So we can all blame Ain't a Cool News for giving us that fucking.
You just made me like them even less than I did.
Yeah, if that was possible to like Harry Knowles less. Now you think about that one. Then he didn't learn his lesson. He came back with A Shadow Falls. I can't remember which order it was, but that was the other one, and he was wrong about that. A Shadow Falls. He's never been right. I'm gonna tell you, man, I can't tell you what I had for dinner last week, but when it comes to useless movie trivia, especially related to the internet, I am on point.
I used to know more useless trivia. I feel like I've forgotten it all.
Good.
E-
I
Except,
envy you.
except I haven't replaced it with anything of value.
Right. I think I've replaced it with just dead brain cells.
I think that's what's happening.
Instead of remembering dumb stuff, I just don't remember anything.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
So these ink pads, they're actually called distressed ink
Yeah,
on
Tim
them,
Holt's
right?
distressing. Yeah.
Are
And
they
then I made
designed for this
no.
specifically,
Well,
sort of?
they're made for like crafts. Like you can do weathered things and stuff. But I made my
Like,
own sponges and stuff. Because they sell these ones, they don't work very well. So I had to go and make my own. Way cheaper too. Cut some wood down, glued these little Velcro things on. I watched Sam Keith do it with watercolor back in the 90s at Comic Con. You know, you take like a little ink pad, dip it in like watercolor and go around. But you know, you warp the page. These I just found just don't seem to warp the page. So they're used primarily for like country craft and scrapbooking and shit. So when you see these at Comic Con in a year from now and everyone's using them, then you know where they started. Just like when you see a bunch of drippy watercolor shit over there now,
yeah,
I have an effect, bro. Like I don't get credit for it, but
I can say I was there when this first happened.
yeah, Brandon's seen it. He knows. But I mean, what can he do? You know. So what? It's a tool. You know. One guy started using. I wasn't the first one to use Copic, so now everyone uses Copics. Now you can't get Copics. There's a Copic shortage. I can get them, but it took 3 different vendors to get the Copics for Brandon.
Yeah, I still haven't picked up my cool one yet.
So your piece, I will be coloring like I will be setting up like I am working on this April. So it'll be tonal. Um, I'll do it all first, print out the lines, the digital lines, uh, in sepia, and then do the nice Copic coloring over the main characters, and all the other characters will be line art or tonal. I haven't decided. Oh, they'll be tonal, like you see here. Like I haven't showed this, but you can kind of see like a technodrome. It's all like noir.
Nice.
So it'll look really nice, you know.
I don't doubt it.
You'll
Very
have it
cool.
next to the Mononoke. You'll see like, look, progress. He grows.
What will he do next?
The choice they decided not to do on the Michael Jackson biography book. You know, I love Michael, but you know, can't let little kids sleep in your bed and expect that not to go well. You know, or the OJ follow up. Turns out he'll actually kidnap a guy over sports memorabilia and get 22 years in jail. Hey, thanks, Devin.
And write a book if I had done it.
That was before, but yeah. I actually did go and listen to the audiobook of A Run for of His Life, the one that the show's based off of.
Hmm.
And the show actually is surprisingly close to that book. They did a pretty good job. Surprisingly, dude, for being a adaptation. So,
Yeah, I didn't watch any of that show. Is it worthwhile?
yeah, and it really is, but I'll say this. It falters on 2 steps. One, Cuba Gooding Jr. needs to stay the fuck away from acting. Like, he just, he didn't have it in him. They should have got the guy you watch Arrow?
No.
The guy who plays Diggle on Arrow would have made a fantastic OJ because OJ was still intimidating. He was a big guy at the time, you know,
Hmm.
and he also needed to be likable. And Cuba Gooding, no one likes Cuba Gooding Jr., dude. And he has a smirk on his face the whole time. I'm like, that's not how he was. He was likable, you know. So people had a hard time believing that he could, you know, brutally murder. He gutted them seal style, bro. Like it was not pretty. Um, he would have been fantastic. And he has a face. He's not so well known. You wouldn't see him. You know, you'd see OJ. That's what I'm trying to say. All I see is Cuba Gooding. And then 2, John Travolta. I see what he's trying to do. It's just it's a bit much. I can't say I fault it exactly, but you never know if the show almost veers on comedy when it's trying to play for drama. It plays like it could fit in the Breaking Bad universe. So you know, 1 minute you're going drama, next minute you're not quite certain where it is. You know, somewhere in between. Um, but it's definitely It is. It's worth watching. The chick who plays Marsha Clark, she did a fantastic job. The guy who played Durden did a fantastic job. The guy who plays Ito's spot on. I mean, that guy was out of his fucking mind. Um, the way they handle the editing, they do a good job. It's got some issues, you know. Yeah, John Diggle is dope. That guy's a fantastic actor. He should be Jon Stewart in the motherfucking Justice League movies. He's a good actor. Like, he would have been great as O.J. Simpson. Yeah, I actually don't want to do that yet. Let me saturate this a little bit more, and then I need to do a test. So I want to add a thick black outline, but I don't want to fuck up the art. So I will take a photograph and then go into Photoshop and mock it up really quickly before I attempt to do it on the art. Because I don't want to spend another 90 minutes doing this.
What?
Hmm?
I said, what? You don't want to do it again?
I don't want to do it again. I mean, at least it's only 90 minutes, but I don't want to do it again.
Yeah.
I've colored your piece 5 times now. You've seen it. I'm sending them all to you. They're your problem now. But this is why I was like, I'm going to redo this Bayonetta layout. I'm just going to do the character and do one of these backgrounds. You know? Just make it really large.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not drawing the Wii and all these plushies and shit. I'm making it super simple. Giving them the character and a little cool pose and just an 11 by 17 version like this, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And then give them a digital version. Call it a day. I want to be done with it. I think he'll be fine with that. All right. Let's put this stuff away. Whoop. There we go. Good enough.
Are, are these ones, are they 9 by 12s?
8.5 by 11.
8.5 by 11? Okay.
Yeah. Which makes it even more interesting because it's like, I can't believe I'm doing this small. Like, I didn't think it was possible. To be honest with you, I don't draw small very well, but once I figured out how to do the inking with the quill,
Mm-hmm.
using that Delator nib, I don't use a Hunt. I use this Delator Comic Maru nib. I've been using the same one for 3 years. That's how strong they are. I got a pack of 10. I'll have them for the rest of my life because they don't break. They're amazing.
It's like a 30-year supply you got there.
Yeah, I only have to buy them once ever. I'm good to go. So I was at this con last. Was it the Phoenix Con back in? Sorry, the Amazing Arizona back in January. And there was an inker there who was like watching me, and he's like, yeah, is that a Hunt? I'm like, no, man, it's a Delator Maru. I'm like, you see all this art? He's like, yeah. I'm like, this is one nib. And he was just looking at me. He's like, what is that? I'm like, it's this right here. But they're incredibly strong, dude. Oh my god. I'm like, yeah, they're super cheap. The Japanese make good shit, you know? Because they have a whole industry based on artists, so they can't fuck around.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the Copics work, you know? I'll get to the color pencils a little bit later. All right, so I need to mock up these black lines. See if I actually want to do it. So here's a quick mock-up, so we don't have to scan nothing in. We just take a photograph with our phone and email it to ourselves, and then I'm gonna jump into Photoshop here in a minute. So I'm gonna take a photograph, and I'll go to my gallery. I'm gonna email it to myself. It's amazing.
Technology.
Share to Yahoo Mail, to me, send to Rob. Subject, stuff. Oh, no, wait, no. Gotta love Yahoo, right? They just take forever. Stuff. I've had this Yahoo address since they created Yahoo. Got it in 1994. It's
It's
my
been
junk.
around.
It's my junk email. So it still has four. It still has a 4-character password. I don't fucking care. That's how little like. And by the way, no one cares about Yahoo. That's how it never gets. No one cares. No one's even breaking into it because it's fucking
Like,
Yahoo.
like there's nothing worth stealing.
Right? What are you going? You know. All right. Let me just move this over here, and then open up Photoshop, and then we'll switch cams really quick here to the Cintiq. All right. So these are some mock-ups I did using the other ones. I had already gotten done to see what it would look like if I did that. And so this is my April piece. Sepia lines. So I'm going to come over here and go open up. Do, 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 do. Just take your sweet. Okay, great. Stuff. Detachments. Thank you. Control new. Paste. Image. I agrees. Now I'm going to get this. This is not leveled out correctly, but I'll just come here and let's see if auto color will get me there. Yeah, it's missing all of the midtones, but hue, saturation. Filter and sharp. It's close enough. So what I'll do is try to simulate. It's missing these midtones here. So I'll just try to simulate some of that really quickly. It's got more of that around there. Then we'll come in, yay, Photoshop. It's not just for color and stuff. So
Did you like how the thick outlines turned out on your other tests?
yeah, I mean, what do you think?
I like them.
Think they pop it out more? You know?
Yeah,
I mean, it
yeah. I
looks.
was just
Go ahead.
looking on Instagram and saw your Nightcrawler. I really like how he pops out from that background more with that line around him.
Yeah, I don't want to go back and touch the art, you know, because I'm like, well, what's done is done. But moving forward, I was like, well, let me see if I can try it before I start, you know, doing the heavy lifting on this piece, so I can. I've just found that unless there's like on the Nightcrawler, like there's a light source, you want to thin it up, but other than that, you kind of want to keep it fairly consistent. Otherwise, it looks like it's half inked. Doesn't really quite work. So I mean, it's gonna be more of a drawing, but so what? Guess what? It's a drawing, right? So newsflash. I'm just I'm uncertain. I don't want to just go for it. Like, so. And it involves adding a lot of little white highlights. So first you'd add this thick outline, and then you have to use the highlights to pop things out. That also hinges on you remembering where the drawing was when you did it. You're like, oh yeah, where is that drawing? That's why I keep the line arts near me. Another reason why I color a copy. I always have the line arts. Because this is just a guide, I don't need just a mock-up. It's a guide for myself. It's not the actual art.
Hmm.
If I scan this in, it's just take twice as long. The ink isn't dry. Just sit here and wait.
Yeah, I mean, it gets you close enough. You can tell how the idea is working out.
More so than it just being in my head.
Yep. How long does this need to sit usually to dry before you can scan it?
I'd give it a good half hour just to be certain. Depending on the paper type. Like if you use something more thicker, like a meets media type, less time. But if it's a smoother paper, then alcohol sits right on the surface, so it can take a little while.
Hmm.
And I'm just saying to be certain. If you're at a con, good luck. Just fucking get it done. You know, like whatever happens, happens. You know.
Yeah.
But
But I mean, that's the reason you go to a con, you can get a commission for like $100. But if you order it from them out of the studio, it's going to cost you a lot more money.
what are you talking about?
Like commissions, just when you get it from a convention and they're doing it on the floor, it's always a lot cheaper just because they don't spend all this time like in the studio perfecting everything.
Oh right. Not at SketchCraft. We give con prizes. Just eat it. Eat the fucking effort. It's called the Rob. It's forcing Rob to be economical, as I can be. I mean, I don't know. You know, at the end of the day, my head would be an interesting place to visit. Yeah, they used to say when I was in T-shirts, the art director used to say, Rob thinks too much about this stuff," and I would say, you know, within a year, my stuff started selling more than it was like, well, what's he doing? I'm like, well, I'm thinking about it. I don't know, man. I guess I've never had enough talent to just be like, everything I do is gold. It's like, no, a lot of this is really bad, you know, and I like to know as much as one can, you know. When you're at a con, if someone just hands you something, you got to draw something, there you go, you know, whatever. Although now, I won't, I have Brandon at the table, so I go work on that shit up in the room and let him run the table. And surprisingly, I can trust him with the money, which is nice.
What you can't trust him with is turning down commissions.
No, he takes all the wrong commissions. It is absolutely ridiculous. You heard it, right? He's like, no, I only did this one thing. And then I start counting them. Well, that one didn't count. Well, that one was for you. You took a commission. I said, don't take a commission. Like, can I say it in my most William Shatner? Like, you took a commission. I told you not to take the commission, and you took it. But it was for you. That's how old Bill Cosby's get. I got the cookie for you. No, I don't want a cookie. I fucking told you not to take any fucking commissions. You went and took one. And then he's like, because I fixed those sketch covers, and he was like, you didn't have to do that. I'm like, no, I really did. You know, like, don't tell me what I didn't have to do. You know? Didn't have to. No one gave a shit until I fucking did it. Then they sold. Because your Spider-Man was orange. Why didn't have the color? Right. So I fixed it. So any money we made, I've thrown back into art supplies. You know? That was the whole point. I was like, yeah, he's getting the duplicate set because I can't deal with this. I don't have the color fucking excuse anymore.
Yeah. You're like, I know you have the color because I have it.
Yeah, it's this color. I told him like, that's why you fail. I got all Yoda on him and shit. I'm like, that's why you fail. I didn't think it was possible.
The worst thing about holidays, it throws off my whole week. I'm like, I don't even know what day it is anymore because I'm like, what? I don't know what's happening.
What do I reckon I
Like,
spend a month on supplies? Not much. It's a year. So I'll spend stuff like the guy's asking how much I spend on supplies. So
yeah,
what I spend on supplies now will last me almost the entire year. Like a lot of these Copics I bought 3 years ago with refills. They're still going. There's a few colors I use up, but there's a question of experimental supplies because I've spent a lot of money on things you never see. You know, airbrush and all sorts of things, failed experiments.
tone paper.
I'm stuck with $60 of it because to return it, they're charging me for shipping is like 30 something dollars. And I'm like, well, I'm not paying $30 to get $30 back, you know. So, hold on. So I'll find something to do with that at some point. I think the tone paper would work really good for. Remember that noir thing I was doing back in the day? Something like that, where it's just black, white, and maybe one color, like red, like an acrylic ink or something. You know?
Yeah, I liked that early noir stuff you were doing.
Yeah, it wouldn't be all scratchy and messy, but, you know, something along that line. But the full color, it's just a big pain in the ass. So, didn't quite have the effect I wanted. People are like, oh, it looks amazing. I'm like, yeah, not when you're up close, you know?
Seems like most of the artists that I see that do commission kind of stuff on tone paper is all black, just inked, and then like white shading and highlights. That's pretty much it.
Right.
It's probably for that same reason. It just kind of muds up your colors a little bit.
Well, it might work with something like with pastel pencils or something, but then it's a time issue. You know, I'm like, you know, I don't know if this is worth my efforts, you know? So, like I said, despite the appearances, I am actually pretty economical. I count every minute, you know? How much did I spend on that? What was the level of effort? And is it enough of a difference right now compared to everything else I'm doing to worth saying, hey, I'll do this noir thing? Like, is it worth that? Or should I be spending that time like on saucies, you know? I'm gonna get
Yeah.
more bang for my buck with that, you know. So if I have a Kickstarter down the way, I'm like, I want a bunch of like quick commissions. I could just draw like one face and just sketch over. Like, you'll get a hand drawn piece of art, do 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 do. Then I'll save that shit for that, you know. Like, there you go. There's the tone paper. So one day that'll appear in a Kickstarter. You go, oh, that's that tone paper Rob bot. It's been sitting there. Oh yeah, I'll find a way.
It'll get used somehow.
So what I try to do is I try to use like going to cons to pay for the art supplies. That's why I take on a grip of commissions and everything else. Well, first off, to guarantee that the con's not a fucking bust. There's no guarantee of that, by the way. You know, no matter how good you are, they could just not promote it. I mean, I've seen Dave Dorman weep because he made $1 once at a con. You know, so his wife ran about it too. She made a whole blog about. We made $1. I'm like, yeah. Meanwhile, like really shitty fan art of Saitama's head is like outselling Dave Dorman. You know, but I'm like, that's a different era, guys. They don't care that you're Dave Dorman. Like, you know, it's kind of not what it's about anymore. Sorry. Gotta put up examples of your art everywhere. Got to spend a little bit on some booth stuff. Just a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, part of I think Dave Dorman's problem is he used to be like the Star Wars kind of art guy. You're like, if you want the best Star Wars art, he's the guy doing it. And now you got Jerry Vanderstelt.
All I know, man, is all the new Star Wars art is just drawovers of style guide assets. And I know the exact codes by memory, you know, because I know the Star Wars style guides. So I opened up a Star Wars comic the other day, and I'm like, that's style guide, that's style guide, that's style guide photo, that's style guide photo, that's style guide photo, that's 3D, that's company made, that's the same model, it's in 3 other issues. So essentially, the Star Wars comics are like those photographed, you know, the John Byrne Star Trek novels where he just takes images from the show
Mm-hmm.
and writes stories around them. That's what they are to keep everything on model,
Hmm.
you know. And at least Dave Dorman was drawing,
Yeah.
you know. We want them to look like the. So now that they're just redrawing. I don't care if they look like the actors, man. The fuck does Hamlet look like? You know, sometimes they look like David Tennant, sometimes they look like Kenneth Branagh. You know, this character's gonna be around a long time. They're gonna outgrow Harrison Ford and whoever else. You know, I just care that they embody the character.
Yeah, Dave Dorman's stuff was the first art prints I ever bought. And I'm kind of bummed because I I left him up at my parents' house when I moved out, and then they got divorced, and I don't know where my Star Wars Dave Dorman prints went. They sort of just vanished.
That sucks. Yeah, I got to sit next to him for 3 days at San Diego Con. The Battletoads and Dragon Ball artworks that I did in Photoshop were they commissioned as personal work, and what size canvas to use because your lines always look so smooth even when zoomed in. Um, they're part of Game Cave in this last print commission thing I did, but they'll be all be in Game Cave. So I'll be getting back to that soon. As for the resolution, it's 4,000 by something pixels wide, so it can be usually it's like 400 to 600 DPI, but the DPI is irrelevant. The DPI sort of matters. It like in terms of what it looks like on your screen while you're drawing. I generally shrink the 11 by 17s down to 6 by 10 equivalent, whatever 6.5 by 10, and then I'll crank it up to 600 DPI while I'm drawing it because I'm used to when you zoom out at a certain level, it looks like this. However, when I'm working on Rick and Morty, I'm actually inking that at 300 DPI, So, because I like the way it looks when I'm tracing over inks, it's the pixels. The DPI is irrelevant. It's the pixels. So as long as you have a minimum of 4,000 by whatever wide, it'll be good enough to upres and color and use on a cover or a print or whatever else. And then when you're done, the trick to making things look nice is to unsharp mask. Make things look kind of extra crispy. That will help. There's nothing really more to it than that. I mean, what do you can you see this, Kyle? I'm gonna
What part?
I'm gonna flip the roughy black lines on and off, and what do you think looks better? Just your opinion.
Hmm. Um. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, the one with the dark lines around it, it just gives it more of a cartoony look that way. It reminds me more of animation, which has like real bold outlines, whereas without it, you get kind of that more painterly look.
King of indecision. It can look like a drawing, right?
No, you don't want to look like a drawing. What?
I think I'm gonna go with the thick black outline. And if he doesn't like it, I can always recolor the shit, right? Hmm. Let's open this back up.
Really, I don't see one not liking it because it has bold black outlines.
I don't like it. Kyle said you wouldn't care. Yeah. Welcome to that show. This one's taking way longer than it should, but I don't know how to do certain things, so things slow down a little bit when
When you experiment.
I don't know what I'm doing. That's not going to be thick enough. That's what she said. Let me see. No. Where's my? I gotta get me a good chisel tip. I gotta look at the Faber-Castells. I got some good chisel tip. That would be better for this than what I'm currently using. I'm not using a Sharpie, they bleed. The Sharpie pens are fine, but the actual thick Sharpies, they're not so good. Nope, 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 nope. That's the shitty thing about cleaning up your stuff. You can never find anything once you've put everything away. Where is those extra pens and shit?
I knew where everything was when it was a mess.
Yeah, it's when I cleaned it, I don't know where anything is. Oh, maybe this case right here where I put all my stuff. Perhaps in the case, Rob.
I always find I'll put something, and I'll be like, "Oh, this is a super obvious place to keep this," and then like 5 minutes later, I'm like, "Where was that super obvious
Yeah, I
place?"
put it in that place where I'd always find it, and I can't find it anymore. It's essentially the entire plot to Stand By Me. You know? He put something where he'd always remember it, and he couldn't find it, and that's what led him to go find the dead body in the woods. Which makes you wonder if that's how Stephen King came up with the story, essentially. Alrighty. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Too many cords in my room, bro. Nah, bruh. Okay. What did I do with the fucking pens? So ridiculous.
Are you asking me? I think you stuck them over there.
I know. Thanks, Kyle.
No problem. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah. This is why you don't have any friends, Kyle. Kyle. It's just that I don't care. I had the time. I just don't care, Kyle. When I'm mad at you, I'm glad that your name is Kyle. It helps. I just hear all insults in Cartman's voice, and I feel better. Get
That's
another.
good. That's good because when I'm insulted in Cartman's voice, like it doesn't sting so much. I'm like, no, that's funny.
Gee, I hope you're not Jewish, because then it get real uncomfortable. Speaking of which, that's another game I can't wait for. The sequel, Fractured Butthole. Finally gonna get to play as the coon. Or I get to play with the coon. You gotta play as your own character.
You could have just been speaking another language, and I would have no idea what you just
You
said.
don't watch South Park?
It's been a long time. You've been telling me I need to play that South Park game, though.
Isn't that the main lyric to a Star Trek theme? It's been a long time. No, right? Remember Enterprise? No, no one does.
I didn't know. I didn't really
No one
watch
remembers
Enterprise.
Enterprise. Yeah.
I watched like the first half a season, and then I went off to college and just got busy and didn't
Been
watch
a
it anymore.
long road. They thought it would be a great idea to put lyrics to the opening of a Star Trek show. Genius move, UPN. Genius. How'd that work out for you?
That record went gold.
Coon and Franz. Yeah. Coon and Franz alert. Coon and Franz alert. Can't wait for Fractured Butthole. Well, there's no going back now. I've made a decision. No, I'm stuck with it.
That's all right. If he hates it, you can just not do it on his next piece of art.
So they don't match?
Yep.
Yeah, he'll hate that even more.
Why don't they match? Because Kyle said not to match them. It's his fault.
Because Kyle said, if I ever hear the words Kyle said come out your mouth again, think for yourself. It's like when my dog, she just buries things in the middle of the floor. I don't know what she's thinking. And she like takes her nose and she like drags it across like she's burying something, but she's not dragging anything and she's not burying anything. But in her mind, and I just tell him like, you're just a slave to instinct. Look at you, just fucking fight it. You know, like you're not even thinking about it. This. Doesn't even make any sense. I'm not burying anything. You did nothing.
I wonder if your dog ever watches you do something that you have a habit of. Your dog's just like, stupid human.
Yeah, like when I spill crumbs all over the place and don't lick them up.
Like,
Or like when I wake up and get out of the bed. I don't know why you'd leave the bed. It's very comfortable here. Moron. Someone sleep all day. See you later.
or you just sit down and the dog's like, ooh, bad move. You did not circle 3 times to scout out that location,
Yeah,
make sure it's
right?
safe to sit in.
Just
Like,
disgusted.
what kind of idiot are you?
So anytime you sit down and you see your dog scratch themselves, like that conflict behavior is because they're like, oh, he just doesn't even know how to do that right. You know nothing. Silly human. Sometimes I talk to my wife as if I'm an alien trapped in a human body, preparing to devour. Haha, tasty human. She just looks at me. I'm like, you married me. You knew what you're getting into. What's your? What, yeah, I married a normal person. What's your fucking excuse?
After having the DVD collection for like 10 years, I finally got around to watching Invader Zim.
Wow, that took long enough.
Yeah, I know.
You see why I love it so much, right?
Yeah, I'm about halfway through. I've been watching an episode a day for like
It
the
was my
last.
favorite up until Rick and Morty. It's very gonna be difficult to top Rick and Morty. Yeah, South Park's up there. Rick and Morty's up there. If Zim were unrated, you know,
Yeah,
it it's still bound by Nickelodeon law, so it has that going against it. But it's still awesome.
I'm kind of surprised at some of the stuff they got away with
Like
being
PB.
at a nickel. Yeah,
Yeah, PB. It's probably how they
yeah.
spelt it in the script. Like they probably spelled it with two P's. That's how they got it approved. And it wasn't until they saw the episode they're like no, actually it's right there.
You told us the name was Pie Pie.
Yeah, maybe he wrote it like Pie Pie, but they said PB. When's Born come out? Is that August?
I don't know.
Because I am looking forward to that.
I even enjoyed the Jason Bourne movie that didn't have Jason Bourne in it. Yeah,
Yeah, but it had a weak
Legacy.
story. I mean, Tony Gilroy is a good writer, but a director he is not. You know, it would have been a great Netflix show. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
not to put you down. I'm just saying, like,
yeah,
Mr. Netflix.
that's fine.
I'm gonna try Captain Bucky hairpiece inspired by your podcast and workflow, dude. Hope you don't mind. Nah, I appreciate it. You know, if you give me any props when you post it, I love it. Feeds the ego. Feed me. Feed my ego. No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
July 29th for Bourne.
Well, they're definitely not over marketing it. That's for certain. Like
No, it's been pretty under the radar.
you know, it's pretty smart because if they had been marketing it heavily right now, it'd just be getting lost in like Dory and Star Trek promos and shit. You know, I thought Fantastic Beasts came out this summer. Turns out it's not until November. You know, the new Harry Potter movie.
Yeah,
So I was actually looking forward to that. What I like to call Doctor Who, because it essentially looks like Doctor Who. But it's Rowling, and I like Yates, the director. You know, although I
no,
think he just did Tarzan, right? So there's that. But we all know Tarzan was gonna suck because it's fucking Tarzan.
yeah, that didn't get much play either. I don't feel like it as far as trailers go and advertising.
Now you're gonna see more of that closer to November. Oh, wait, Tarzan or Fantastic Beasts?
Tarzan.
Oh, because no one gives a shit.
Yeah,
Jungle Book is like took the jungle, movie
yeah.
right out from Warner's. Warner's made that, right? Tarzan.
Great question.
I want to say if it's Yates, it's got to be Warner's. They're not having a good year.
Let's see. Village Roadshow.
Yeah, but
I'm not.
are
I'm
they
not sure
owned by
who's
Warner?
distributing it though.
Yates did direct Tarzan, if I'm right. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then it's Warner's.
Yeah, that's right. Because they pull him. He did all the Harry Potter stuff. All the last 4 or 5, whatever of those.
Yeah. Did a good job actually. He's the one who's like, oh, we got to start making these about like the he's the one who brought in the mandate that you only show things that Harry Potter would see. That's how they were able to trim around the books and it started to actually make sense as a movie in some level. Still not. Look, in my world, the Harry Potter as an adaptation would be animated by Leica and be a TV series on Netflix. you know, it'd be a stop motion adaptation of the entire book series
I'd
in
watch that.
in 3D. Because stop motion in 3D is fucking amazing, bro.
Agreed.
It really, it's the best thing for 3D. I believe. I sit down and watch Coraline 3 times a year in 3D at home, and I'm always amazed at. I'm in a diorama, you know, box trolls, whatever the Paranorman, But I think Coraline's still the best movie they've made so far.
Yeah, I think it's my favorite of theirs. The that new one they have coming out looks interesting.
Oh, they want the Beetle, Kubo or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. I wish Samurai Jack, the new Samurai Jack, was being made with like, you know what I mean. Instead of that, they were making Samurai. They need a license, that company, to help fund all this stuff. I want the original stuff, but they also need to like, they should be making
Some adaptations to.
Bone something. Get a fucking
Yeah.
license. Bone would be great. They'd be like, look, whatever they're doing with Lego, we can do it with stop motion. Let's get Hellboy. Let's take something that people already know and make a stop motion Hellboy series, as he should be.
Hmm. They could do some really cool like monsters and stuff.
They could bring Buffy back in stop motion. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Yeah.
I mean, if you can do a whole show episode in puppets, you can do a series in stop motion.
Yeah, there's a newer trailer for Kubo and the Two Strings that played at the front of Finding Dory, and it makes a lot more sense story wise than the initial trailer. Because initial trailer, I'm like, I don't know what this is even about.
Which is fine, because I'm gonna watch it no
Yeah,
matter what. Like at least it's not fucking, you know, mindless dribble. But yeah, I'm with you. Like, who they should team up with? They should team up with Wes Anderson. You know, claymation. What he did that Fox movie, didn't he?
yeah, Fantastic Mr.
That was
Fox.
awesome. That wasn't in 3D though, right?
No, it wasn't.
That's a shame. So, little known fact about myself: I am unable to. Well, let's say I was drawing Hellboy, and Hellboy's got a bunch of shadows, right? I am unable to draw the outline and know where those shadows are going to go. I actually have to draw everything and then sit down and figure out where the shadows are going and just paint over it. Hence why the saucies, you see me doing that one thing, which I'll finish once all this shit's done. But I don't have that thing, that being able to just see in a shadow thing. I'm very like detail minded. Like I can only see all the lines and I can manipulate them. I don't know how to like shorthand it. And I think since I'm going to turn 40 in a couple years, I don't think I'm going to learn that ever. So I've given up.
You're almost past the age when you can learn anything new.
Yeah, which is an excuse not to learn anything new. Trying to cram it all in now. That's why I'm learning all this stuff now while I still can. Only 2 more years before I can learn algebra.
Because, algebra comes in so useful in art.
Well, my friend, I used to work with her at Kinko's. She's an older lady. She's like in her 60s now. And she had to do job retraining, so she got her back in college. And so she's taking all these algebra classes. So I went to breakfast with her the other week. I try to like when I make friends, I try to keep in touch, which as you've seen, right? Yeah, I'm gonna be in town. Fucking hang out. So I go, let's go to breakfast. And she's taking all these algebra classes, and she's like, yeah, so when x to the something, and I look at her, I'm like, Lynn, I don't fucking know what you're talking about. I don't do math. You're saying this shit like it means something to me. It's your fucking life. Why not just spit out some Copic codes? They'll mean as much to you as they do. Like if I start saying, yeah, like if I use an EOO and a YR00 and a YR02, you get these skin tones. She won't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Like,
You're like, that's what your algebra sounds like to me.
yeah. You're gonna have to find a way to tell math stories without actually telling any math. I don't know if that's possible. Well, this outlining should eats up time. I think it was faster to paint the entire background.
It's Kyle's fault.
Once I get a feel for it, I won't have to do any tests. I'll just be able to shorthand it. I'll never be able to shorthand entire shadows though. Like that, I have to actually still draw everything.
Unlike Mike Mignola, who
He
draws
used
like
to. No, he used to. And that's why I like Mignola's original shit. Like if you go back and look what he was doing on uh, Cosmic Odyssey or the Bram Stoker. Did you ever read Bram Stoker's Dracula?
nah.
Yeah, he drew that. He used to draw everything and then draw it. But his shorthand now is so shorthand that there's nothing in there. Like I'm like, I don't like it now. Like the Guy Dias thing or Davis, whatever his name is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it. It just looks like weird. It looks like a weird style. It doesn't look like he's drawing into shapes. Sucks because I'm a huge fan, but I like his work, in the first few years of Hellboy, probably all the way up till when he started making the movie. But when they got into BPRD and all those spin off books and shit, I got out. Just didn't seem to resonate with me anymore. But the Gotham by Gaslight, that's actual illustration. Yeah, if you haven't seen his Bram Stoker's Dracula, I got a free copy of it at my first con in 1992 at San Diego Comic Con. I didn't know who he was. I thought the art was amazing, and I hated that movie. So it's the best. You get the physical copies. You can get them super cheap, probably like $1 for all of them. You can probably get them still polyback because it was Topps when they first started their brand. The imprint is before Mars Attacks. Topps did it. I would really, if you like Mignola's work, his Bram Stoker's Dracula stuff is amazing.
Will do.
Another SketchCraft tip.
Yeah, I think I've only read his Hellboy stuff. I haven't.
You ever read Gotham and Gaslight?
No, that's another thing on my eventual shopping list.
Batman in Victorian London, bro. Makes total sense. It's my second favorite Batman universe, and there's only one story. He did a sequel that he wrote, but I hate it. It's like shit. There's those guys that he works with now. They draw all the Cthulhu stuff. way too big, you know? There's no sense of like, he draws the stuff smaller so the backgrounds play out. Their stuff's
Hmm.
so huge, it's right up in your face. You're like, there's no atmosphere here, you know? The Batman animated and that are probably my two favorite. And The Dark Knight Returns. It used to be higher up, but after Batman v Superman, I had to take it down a notch. It's getting out of hand. And the Dark Knight 3, really didn't help. Dark Knight Strikes Back didn't help, but Dark Knight 3 is just, I don't even know what we're doing anymore. What's the point of this?
To make money.
Yes. To make money. It is ridiculous. The Dark Knight should not be colored with computers unless they can simulate mixed media. The Dark Knight universe. Sorry, I hate it. I hate the way it looks. And I say hate, and I mean that. If you think that might be a little hyperbolic, no, I'm underselling it. I hate it. I hate it like I hate Hitler, you know? If I could erase it from history, I would.
So in the future, we give Rob a time machine. We're like, you can only change one thing in the past. You're like, Hitler or the Dark Knight with
Am I speaking on the record?
digital.
On the record, one always answers Hitler. Off the record, what's it? Results may vary depending upon whatever that disclosure is.
Yeah.
Yeah. All
You have
right,
to
I
put
guess.
that at the beginning of all your SketchCraft videos. Commentary contained within does not reflect.
No, commentary contained totally reflects my opinion, and I'm stuck with it. Because at this point, man, I've already lost jobs for what I do on the internet, so we're way past that. Lost an entire career over what I do on the internet. Whatever. Okay. Give me one. You gonna be here?
We'll see.
We'll see. All right. Don't ruin the channel. I'll be right back. I gotta go grab some water so I can start this white highlights.
All right.
Well, one thing's for certain. I gotta go find that. I lost my water tub. It's supposed to be in the watercolor box, which means I took it out and I didn't put it back. Since I cleaned, I don't know where it's at. Seems to be a running theme.
And the moral of the story is never clean anything.
I'm trying to actually get my life organized, with the studio. Now that
Mhm.
I can create focus and keep my processes consistent. But
Need to get like a bonsai in there and increase your
I got a
feng
Scentsy. I got a
shui.
Scentsy. I have started that. I got a Scentsy candle, so it doesn't smell like man nonsense in here now. So at least it smells decent. 'Cause
You're
I
like
spent a lot of time in my room. it's, it's bad.
now it just smells like a man who's rolled around in a bunch of potpourri.
That's right. That's how we do it. Alright. Okay, actually, I hate that. Where's the other brush? That brush is broke. We're not using that anymore. Well, it's been 4 years since I bought new brushes. It's getting there.
It's about that time.
Yeah, well, not yet, but it's getting there. The next commission I sell, I'll just use that money.
Buy some brushes.
Yeah, likely I use the cheap ones. So I did buy one of the expensive ones once just to see the difference. I'm like, I don't know. Doesn't work well for me for whatever reason.
I like that. I watched my movie and I was like, maybe I'll go to sleep. I'm like, yeah, I'll see if there's a stream going on. 2.5 hours later. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I like how I'm like, I'm only gonna take 2 hours to do this, and 4 hours later, wrapping it up.
Yeah.
Well, Dave Sim told me something when I was a kid. He's like, first you get good, then you can get good and fast. He's like, I'm still working on that good part. And I'm fast enough, you know. For large areas of white, I use this PH Martin's opaque white because it actually is opaque. For all the little tiny details, I'll use the gel pen as much as I can because it's easier to make little dots and circles with the gel pen than it is with the brush tip. At least when it's tiny. When they're bigger, it's fine. But
Is the gel pen pretty opaque, or do you find yourself having
so
to
far.
go over it
Go,
twice?
but you can only go over so much because it's a roller ball. So the trick
Yeah.
is you kind of let the ink sit out and you kind of dab a few times and create a little bit of a buildup, which gives you the opaqueness. But here's the trick, dude. Anybody you see online that uses mixed media and they go, "Oh, this is why I use the white," and it looks all great, they're filtering. You know, I'm trying my best to use as little as possible. There's going to be some level of correction because of my phone, you know, but I
Hmm.
do like try to turn down the saturation, turn down certain things, and get it very like I hold it right next to the art and go, "Is that close enough at this brightness?" You know, and if it's a little under or a little over, it's fine. But it's I've shown you stuff, right? You've seen. I don't want to name names, but you've seen things where I'm like, it's no, this stuff is nowhere near what it looks like on their feed, you know?
Hmm.
And it's like, I just don't want that trouble. But with the opaque stuff, I mean, nothing. I mean, I've seen enough. You get to see in like actual pages that were inked back in the day. You know, they got whiteout that's not opaque. It just gets blown out, you know?
Yeah.
So during the whatever process, the film back in the day, or now Photoshop. So it's like opaque enough. But for myself, what I want is I just want it to look like when you get it, I want it to look like how it looked online or better. It's just a goal I have for myself. I want it to look. I get it. I want to be like, oh, that's fucking awesome. Just because I don't have much going on in my life. It's, you know, it's all pretty downhill. So I just want that, you know.
I hear you. That's why so many of these low budget films I work on are disappointing. I'm like, I just want it to look cool, and then they do all their whatever stuff, and I'm like, it does not look cool.
Oh, they throw filters all over your shit.
Yeah.
It's horrible. Thinking it looks better, and now it all just looks like a Meatloaf video. I would do anything.
That's why I always try to grab like the original footage when I can, for that way I can just cut it together for my demo reel and it looks good. So I'm like, yeah, I don't want to use like the final product in my demo reel because it's
Because
just
you're not
gonna
gonna
get
make that for them anyway, you know.
yeah, it's just gonna get destroyed. We'll see. I might be done doing stuff for those guys.
Oh yeah, you moving on to bigger things, or are you giving up?
I don't necessarily know I'm moving on to bigger things, but I'm just like, you know what? It's not. That doesn't help my career.
I know that feeling.
Like,
Yeah, I hear you.
they don't pay me enough that it makes me wealthy, and it doesn't help my career. So
We're
might
paying
as
you, right? Yeah, well, you can keep the $5. I will, mister. You know they're not gonna have one scene like that in the new movie. You know, they're gonna have one scene that plays as good as the opening to Ghostbusters. Fuck all the ghost shit. Just him electrocuting a guy to hit on another chick and her like enjoying it. They're not gonna have that.
I really, really hope I'm wrong and that it's super funny and super good. I'm not expecting it to, but
Yeah,
be a pleasant surprise.
we'd have seen something by now that makes me laugh if there was a chance
Yeah.
of that. You know, something would have. I mean, I even laughed at the trailer for movie 43, and that movie's horrible.
Never
You're
saw it.
black. That is your gift. Just go out there. No, 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 no. Here's the game plan. You're black. Go play basketball. I just sat there and go, I can't believe they're doing this. And I hear the movie's ridiculously bad. I couldn't get through the first 5 minutes of it. It's like it was funny as a trailer.
Is Hugh Jackman in that one?
A lot of people are, man. Richard Gere's in
Yeah.
that movie. Do 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 do. So what are you up to today? When you wake up?
Uh, I'm just. I've got some of my gear going out on rentals later this week, so it's just emails and clerical kind of
Hmm.
boring stuff. So nothing too exciting.
You answer. You're supposed to answer. I'm playing Uncharted 4, motherfucker.
Well, I'd probably need a new computer to do that.
PlayStation.
No, no.
Yeah, it's a PS4 exclusive. It's not available on PC.
Well, then I definitely won't be doing that.
It's always selling plasma.
I did that for a while back when I lived in Arizona.
My wife hates to talk about it. She actually did that shit where you're in college, you could apply for medical experiments. Yeah.
I never did the experiments, but I did sell plasma.
I did, my dad owns a security company. I did security once in an office for a medical facility that did the experimenting. They give you, and they're like, we gotta have someone here just in case. I'm like, look, if someone hulks out, I'm not getting paid enough to take a hit. You guys are fucking, I mean, I was like, well, they're on their own, man. It wasn't armed. It wasn't that much. Nothing ever happened, but I was prepared to run. That's all I can say. Like whatever confidence they had in me, they had no idea. I'm not dying for this. I have important things to do with my life. I'm just here for the paycheck.
Yeah. You guys aren't paying me enough to die.
Yeah, or to even get injured. Put it that way. I'm getting paid enough to get injured.
Here's what I'll do. The guy starts hulking out. I'll run at him a little bit, and then I'll
No,
pull a hammy
no, I
and
will literally
just fall
go
on the
out the
ground.
back door. I am not unless they're paying. Like if they give you, if you get to carry a weapon, then you have a chance. If you don't, if you're unarmed, you're just there as a witness for the readback in court. You're providing no real security. You're just you're a deterrent. That's the truth about security guards. They're a deterrent. You're just there as a human witness to the events.
That's Kevin James would disagree with you.
Kevin James doesn't count. And if you've seen his movies, you know how true that is. Yeah. He's only
I,
big in Adam Sandler's world.
I made the mistake of watching one of his movies once.
My dad loves that movie. Or he did love that
Yeah,
movie when he was
the
alive.
the Paul Blart.
Yeah, and he owned a security company. Ha 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 ha. I was like, that's not funny, Dad. People are like, they're watching this, and this is what you're gonna get now. Yeah, Dad had horrible taste. I actually thought every Police Academy movie was funny.
I've never seen a Police Academy movie.
I recommend the first one, and I'm not
It,
saying it's great. I'm just saying that's the one I'd recommend.
all right. I mean, they just added it to Netflix this month, so it is in my queue.
Just remember this: whatever you think of it, it's all downhill from there.
All right.
Whatever that may be. Then you can, if you ever want to sit through it, the creators of Police Academy thought they could be on a roll with this whole police thing. So they made a movie called Moving Violations. You ever seen that one?
I've never even heard of it.
So they got one of the Murray brothers, the one you've never heard of, in there, his younger brother, and he's trying to be Bill Murray in the movie. It's got a lot of people. It's got all the Police Academy people, a lot of the ancillary characters playing, those actors. Like, the one that was his sister in Back to the Future, his actual sister. Like she was in those
uh,
movies. She was big in the '80s. She was in a lot of those movies. She played like the nerdy girl. She uh she had black hair.
what's the name of the movie again?
Moving Violations. Yeah.
John Murray.
Yeah, John Murray doing his best that he can pull off Bill Murray impersonation. So much so that when I was a kid, I was confused. I thought it was Bill Murray, but it doesn't look like Bill Murray. I didn't understand this concept that people could pretend to be other people.
Fred Willard's in it.
Yes, Fred Willard's in it. Yes, sit there moving violations sometime. A hot, what's her face? Jennifer Grey or no, not Jennifer Grey. The chick that married Sam Simon. She's in Bound.
Jennifer Tilly.
Tilly, there you go. Her sister was in Psycho. She's Meg Tilly. But Jennifer Tilly was in this one. Yeah, Meg Tilly was in Psycho 3 or 2. I can't remember. 2, I think. When I was a kid, anytime I found a woman remotely attractive in a film, I would dig through the backside of the TV guide and get their names and commit them to memory. So then I would just open up a TV guide by the back and see what movies were digging through there. And then I'd see who would be in them. And I go, oh, that's my Sunday night. That's my Tuesday. That's my. It's pathetic. That's all I had.
Well, that's
Well,
all right though.
I'll be watching an hour and a half worth of Mama's Family. And then I'm going to flip over to. This is the truth. I can watch DuckTales and Tailspin. And then I can flip back over until Married with Children comes on at 7:30, 2 episodes of Married with Children. Then I can flip over to the WWF at 8. That runs through 8 and 9 o'clock. I can flip over to MTV and watch Beavis and Butthead for a couple hours before Liquid Television comes on.
That's a lot of TV.
I was doing a lot of cleaning, so you just leave it on. I was Mr. Cinderella when I was a kid. I had to clean everything, do everything. But yeah, the TV was always on. I watched a lot of TV, bro. I never read except for comic books and Star Wars novels. These are the only things I read.
I was a bookworm.
No, I just kept watching the same movies over and over again. How many times I've seen Clue?
More than me.
I think I've seen Clue more than any movie ever I've seen. I left Clue on one summer just to see how many days I could just repeat, because I had 2 Clue tapes. Don't ask how. I had 2 Clue tapes, so I'd run one and rewind the other and just leave it on. I think I ran it for a month once, just on the loop. Drove my brother nuts. And Brandon didn't believe me when I told him that once, but the other night he heard because he was called and I had it on my phone. I was playing music and I just listened. Normally when I'm like trying to figure something out, I'll listen to one song on repeat. And so
Yeah.
this time it was Radio Gaga, the extended cut remix they did on the Works album. That was 5 minutes 49 seconds long. And just after an hour, he's like, "This is all you do?" I'm like, "Yeah, I just put one thing, so I don't have to think about it." My mind is essentially the closet in Jeff Goldblum's Fly remake, where he just has the same outfit. Because it's economical. I wear jeans and a black T-shirt. They really didn't like me in the army. Just putting it lightly. You ever do time in a service, like military academy or anything like that?
No. Which is odd. Like, I was a huge, like, G.I. Joe and military kind of just fan in general as a kid. Like, whenever we go to, like, the state fair and they had, like, the recruiting centers, I'd get all the posters and stuff because I thought it was so cool.
Right. You never actually. Well, I wouldn't recommend it now. We have this thing called war, and you're old. So, it's not really an old person's game. And anything under 22 is, or over 24 is old in the army. That's for certain. It's funny when I joined in basic. Before we got to basic, there's this thing called first there's MAPS, which is this medical in processing. Then there's this whole layover station. They basically you all sit in this area and do pseudo military things. Not really. more like detention, until they gather up enough new recruits to start the rotation. Does that make any sense? So if they need 500 fucking dudes in a platoon, a company, you all sit there until all 500 show up, and then basic training starts. So when you're in this, I think it's called in processing, but when you're there, your time in doesn't actually start. It's like purgatory, you know. And it's just a weird time. And we had this guy, and you're usually like with a bunch of other. It's you're with people that you're not even going to be within your own company because they could be holdovers from other places too. You're all in the same spot. Does that make sense?
Hmm. Yeah.
So we had these two guys, and they were both. One was 30, and the other one was 34. And we were like, we called him Red. Like they were talking to him like he was, Morgan Freeman in fucking Shawshank Redemption. Like he was fucking way old. He's like, yeah, I was in the army in the 80s. I'm like, oh my god, like, the 80s. I remember the 80s. Goonies. So I laugh now because I'm older than that guy, and I'm like, that's hilarious. Yeah. About how old he seemed compared to all of us. All right, let me get the gel pen out.
Getting to the small stuff.
Yeah, and I want to end this shit too. I got stuff to do. I got a life.
What?
I know. I want my life back. The shit I do for $80. It's ridiculous.
The agreed.
And it's less because it was a con deal. So I didn't really charge him for shipping, so it's more like $60, but whatever. Because of these things, I'll sell the next 50 slots. You know how that works?
Hmm.
That Mononoke thing I colored for you, that's a big seller at cons, so you know.
Good.
People are like, yeah, Porco Rosso? I'm like, no, Kyle hasn't picked all the other fucking ones yet. Like, that day's coming. But
I,
hmm?
I was close to asking for Spirited Away.
Yeah, that's definitely on the list. Katoto, I gotta do all of them at some point. I don't know if it's this year, but it's coming.
Yeah. I think part of it is just not that the characters are more obscure, but if you go to a convention, there's like 50 different artists with Deadpools and Batmans, but not that many doing like Studio Ghibli stuff.
Well, not at a Comic Con. I go to an anime con. They're all over the fucking place. I'll tell
True.
you this month, I have too much turtle shit in my stuff. You know, now it's all super popular.
Hmm.
So I've already pulled out like a grip of it. I'm gonna leave a couple in. The saucies are going away. I gotta do new saucies. They're done. They had their time. So that's getting flipped out, and I need a bunch of gritty pencils because that's a look that works. No one knows how to rip that off yet. So I'm the only guy there with that shit. But I've had to come up with rules for that because it doesn't work for everything. You can't do like a gritty. Doesn't look so good when you do like gritty Bayonetta. You know, like so it's like you really want to stick to like '90s characters. Like Asbats would look great and would sell. Or even something like Thundercats would probably look cool. Or the Punisher or shit like that. But all that effort I put into the background painting pays off when I'm there. And it's like, oh, this looks amazing. It's so pretty. I'm like, yeah, I fucking killed myself doing that bullshit. Like, just make me some more money, please. Make it justify the fucking nonsense that I was sitting there doing for God knows how long.
Because I definitely didn't pay enough for all the work
Nah,
that you
he
put
didn't
into
either.
that.
The only thing that killed me at that time was that my father died. So like I had just finished that, I think, right before. So he never even saw that one. Like he had seen the pencils and the idea, and he was like, "Oh, this is gonna look really pretty." And I'm like, "Thanks." It was like the last thing I got from him, so that kind of bummed me out a bit. Never
Mm.
actually saw the final one, which I finished just in time to go to Disneyland. I was all, "Yeah, I got that done. I can go to Disneyland." Ha ha ha. By the time I came back, he was already gone. Took my nephew. It's only time I didn't spend Christmas with him because I was taking my nephew out to Disneyland. I'm like, "Yeah, we'll get back. We'll hang out, Dad, when I get back." Because I wanted to be the uncle.
Hmm.
So, bummer. But yeah, I just didn't know how to do gradient maps at the time. So what I did there now, I could do way easier than when I did it. You know, I mixed all those colors manually, which I would not have to do now. So, lesson learned.
It wasn't even that long ago.
No, I move quickly.
Year and a half,
You know,
about.
can't wait till I have books. People are gonna won't remember the time. They'll remember the time when I talked about having this stuff, but then I'll have them, and I'll be like a comic book creator. I'll be an indie guy then. Finally, after all these years, I'm actually looking forward to that because I see what gets done in the indie market. I can compete. Some of this ink smeared a little bit when I colored it. The coat books are waterproof and Copic proof, but my sienna ink not as much. So in the future, I will probably on the next one I'll do. I won't use the markers in there. I'll use color pencil. But you can always add white ink, let it sit, and then put marker back over it. It's always a way.
Yeah.
So when are you gonna get around to teaching how to be a cinematographer? Like you take that job, like at Full Sail or something.
Never. I'm a terrible teacher.
You tell them what you worked on, and they all just don't think you count because it's nothing they care about. They think they'll never.
Yeah.
None of them ever think they're gonna take a job that no one cares about. I'm gonna work at fucking no. I'm like, you're never gonna work there. You know, you're gonna be saddled with these shitty fucking jobs that'll make you question why you wasted your life doing this.
You're like, do you really think Tom Cruise loves taking Japanese like beer commercials or whatever?
But they don't see that stuff. You know?
Yeah. Like he does commercial work too. It's just all in Japan.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm the biggest action star in the world. Why am I doing these commercials?
I like when we go. He can't be in that Last Samurai movie. He's American. Like little do you know, they know him more in Japan than you think. I knew this one was going to take a while. These characters have too many fucking things on them. You know?
Lots of detail.
Yeah, it's 8.5 by 11. It's fucking ridiculous.
That's what I was saying with your Nightcrawler. I'm like, at least you don't have like all that lacing going up, like detail you gotta do, or like guns with all these rivets and crap all over the place.
Yeah, you saw how quickly that got drawn. That was nice. That's why I
Yeah.
colored that one last night. I was like, I can get both of these done. I
How
know I can.
fast? How fast did the background go?
10 minutes tops, maybe.
Really? Oh wow.
Yeah. Oh, the bomb smoke thing took
Or the
maybe 30,
smoke? Yeah.
40
Sorry.
minutes. Yeah, that took a little while. Because I had to use the tip of the marker to go in and, like edge stuff out. And then it had
Yeah.
to dry and I used a color pencil.
I think I checked out about 5 minutes into the Banff smoke.
Yeah, one guy was like, you missed an opportunity to write Banff in there. And I'm like, no, if I wrote Banff, you wouldn't look at him. You'd just be reading Banff the whole time. And who wants to pay a bunch of money to have the word Banff written on their wall? It's better just be in their head. Like, it works as a T-shirt, not so much as a pinup that you're paying for. I wouldn't like it. Well, you're not the one buying it, so by all means,
I tell you what, if you want Banff and smoke,
yeah,
you can commission
grab
that for
grab
me.
one of those things and then let me know. But I do think about this stuff. I mean, working in shirts back when we still drew them. Now it's becoming all patterns and it's becoming a lost art. I had to actually think about all that shit. Like how to make, Snicket work on a shirt, 800 fucking different ways. Snicket in this font, Snicket in that font, Snicket was camo, right? Just camo popped into the word Snicket. The Canadian flag in Snicket. That's clever. Then you have to explain to the sales reps why, you know, because they have no idea. I had the lead sales rep once call it Star World. And I'm like, if you go into Lucasfilm and you call it Star World and you call him Dark Vader, you're gonna. I mean, what are you fucking two? I haven't heard these problems since I was in grade school. Like, like people in the 80s when people didn't know, when people had forgotten what Star Wars were. They go, oh, it's a lifesaver. Like, no, we're way past that now. Right? Apparently not. It's the last time she'd heard of this shit. She was in high school. I said, you cannot go in there calling it Dark Vader. I'm telling you right now, you're gonna embarrass the company.
They probably don't expect you to know how to spell Dagobah, but you should probably know the basics.
And it's Dagobah, by the way. So you know.
Whatever.
So you know. So you know. Kyle.
All right.
All right, Kyle.
What side of the what side do you fall on for at or
It's
AT?
AT-AT. It's nomenclature, just like ATCs or M1A1 Abrams. You don't go a one. It's in the military. It's AT-AT. It's military nomenclature. It's AT-AT.
I've always,
ATST, AT-AT.
yeah, that was always my sticking point. I'm like, well, if it's at, how do you pronounce the ATST version? At?
Yeah, it's AT-AT. It's
Yeah.
military nomenclature. It's a F-16. It's not a fixteen. Not even. Look, man. Here's the second thing I would do if I had unlimited power in this country. I'd make it so every word that begins with a G has to sound like G, and every word that begins with a J sounds like J, because there's no fucking reason to mix the two. It's a GIF. All right? You want to call it a GIF, you add a J and you get sued by the peanut butter people. All right? Fuck you. It's a GIF. Ghost. Girl. Right? G. It's the whole point of the letter.
I just this year discovered that it was Studio Ghibli and not Studio Ghibli.
See, that's bullshit too.
I've always called it Studio Ghibli,
Yeah, and
and
it should be.
then I'm like, well, I've been pronouncing it like a fool all these years. All the
No,
Japanese
like
people
a
are
sane
laughing at me.
human, like a sane person. You've been pronouncing it the way it should be. I don't care what they say. You saw Dreams of Madness, right?
I did.
It's good, huh?
Yeah.
You like the goat?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't see that coming.
He's like, yeah, I go here. Oh, here's one outside my window.
Yeah, I guarantee you didn't expect to see that.
I was not.
You like how they just start animating with no idea what might happen?
Yeah. Yeah, we don't know what's going to happen with the story. We're just we're just drawing stuff and like. But Miyazaki has a plan. He's like, I don't know what's going to happen.
He's like, I don't know. I know whatever it is, I'll approve of it. Or whatever. Yeah. Like how he's just not concerned with whether things sell or anything. He's like, that's what I did this time. This time we're doing this. Where'd I put the fucking... There it is. Water. Yeah, I like the thick black outline. I think it works good.
Yeah, it looks nice.
I gotta color 2 of these tomorrow and fucking be done with this thing. Well, the thing I don't stream is you didn't see me inking them too. Like, it's not like I sat
Yeah.
here all day not doing anything, you know? Like, when they get inked, it's just... Once you do one, I'm like, I gotta ink another one. This is not fun. I mean, to be fair, when it's like Wolverine, this shit's 10 times easier, you know? Just,
Yeah.
it's essentially like asking me to do a bunch of Robocop commissions. Thanks for that. Can I get a Robocop? And I want a Robocop. No one gets a Robocop.
But you did one for him.
I'm hypocritical. Don't believe in me. Trust no one. There is no God. Santa Claus is dead.
I think my favorite thing is how you came up with all those sort of guide poses, and then some guy's like, "I want Modoc."
Well, I didn't use them so I'd have everything pre-figured out. But that being said, you know, it's like, well,
It's
that's
like
why my
the
plan never works. So the real plan is I actually have something in the works to solve that plan that involves somewhat of a portable studio so I can be in the room and come up with whatever I need. So once I have it working, I'll show you. But yeah, that I'm like, yeah, figures. Fucking makes sense, you know?
like he has no torso.
Yeah.
Doesn't fit within any of the pre-designed poses.
The trick is to have a bunch of characters. When they say they want a character, you already have one made, and you can just get on with it, you know? Because the fact of the
Yeah.
matter is, Jim Lee draws the same Wolverine over and over and over, you know?
Yeah.
You're not paying for exclusivity, you're paying for a piece of art. Plus, if I know something works, I'm going to use it. I mean, you see Mark Bagley, he draws the same fucking poses. You know? Every time. I gotta edge these little armor pieces out. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a lot to me until I have to get to the final rendering. I'm like, oh shit. Doesn't take me that much time to draw this stuff, but when you have to make it all like work in color, you know, yeah, like it can eat up a little bit of. I mean, if you care about shit being 3 dimensional, I guess if I just didn't give a shit, things would get done a whole lot faster. Hey, why can't I just draw like Bruce Timm? Give me that guy. I'd be like, I'm gonna be the next Bruce Timm. Like now that Darwin Cook's dead, can I be that guy? You know, everyone's like, I like how his character's always smiling. I'm like, because he didn't have to fucking draw the shit out of everything. Like, God, fucking genius. You know. I tried when I was 18 to be Bruce Timm style. Took it to San Diego Comic Con and got yelled at by some DC editor. They're storyboard artists. They draw like that because for animation. I'm like, well, how do I get into that so I can draw? I just want to draw easily. I don't want to think about this shit. Like the Japanese got it. They all got a preset style, man. You can always lean on to get going. You can get right on with learning. You don't have to figure out how to draw. You can just start there and then develop a style. It's efficient.
Are these the last of your convention commissions?
Now I have a few more. I've just taken forever with
Uh,
these. To be perfectly honest, man, like last week I was spending a lot of time getting Brandon's art supplies all worked out, and then me sitting here testing all of those supplies to make certain that that actually will work. Because I don't want to inappropriately spend $500 worth of supplies.
yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's why we're like, well, why'd you do that skin video? I'm like, so I could test to see if these will all work. That's the whole point of that. I says, well, since I'm doing that anyway, I'm gonna make a video and try to get something out of this. You know?
Hmm. What other characters do you have coming up,
I got
or
to
is
do
that
a
secret?
Ryuko from Kill La Kill, a Voldemort,
Oh,
and then I got two sketch covers, one a Darth Vader, and one that Batgirl, which you've already seen. But that Batgirl, he doesn't want colored like this. He wants it like he's like, can I just get like loose pencil with a little bit of color? I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. So I got some colored mechanical pencils
hmm.
that I can sketch in color. So it's exactly that, but you know what I mean? He didn't think about that. So I had to figure that one out. And then when that's done, I got one big piece, a Dark Knight. It's a big one. I charge him quite a bit for that. But that one will be on a weekend. It's weekend work. So once I'm done figuring out the roughies for the next two or three, then I'll be doing this during the day and then getting back to Battletoads and then your stuff Monday. So I try to work on the commissions, like your thing, like all day Monday. You get a full day. I tried doing it where it's like an hour a day. That doesn't work. I tried doing it where I can also do other shit. It's just better to work them all. So I should be able to get all the digital lines on yours done Monday. Send it off to Brandon for flatting, and then I'll print them out on paper. I'll treat the board and print them out on paper, ready for color. And be
Cool.
done with it. So now that I know how to do this stuff, then it all gets done. But I didn't know how to do it for 2 months. I even remember I was telling you, I'm like, I don't know how to do this.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, I don't get it. I'm like, no, I really have no idea how I'm going to do this. I'll figure it out. I'll have it all figured out by the time I get to the frontier. But, yeah, I had no clue.
Yeah. But like always, I always say, whenever. I'm not ever in a big rush to get my art, even
It
though
hurts me.
I know you want to get done so you can
I
start
really,
doing
yeah, I
your
want to,
stuff.
yeah, I got shit to do, man. I don't want to get stuck on any of this stuff. But I do give a fuck. Like, I think when you buy something, when anyone supports me, dude, like, especially on Kickstarters, man, like, especially on that, like, you know, that's visible success, visible failure, you know? So I'm trying to make sure everyone gets more than their money's worth. So when I said, hey, I'm going to draw an X-Men fucking piece, you get that fucking thing, you're getting your money's worth, you know? By the way, I'm not drawing another X-Men piece after this. That's the other fucking trade-off. Like, that's the one I did. If you want a commission, you can get one, but when it comes to a big X-Men piece, that's it. That's my 90s X-Men piece. There won't be another. But yeah, if I did this piece in black ink instead of the sepia, none of these blacks would be standing out.
Yeah,
Because
they just kind of blend in with all the other
yeah,
black line.
they'd all be competing with one another. So that's the whole reason, for doing that.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you were saying when you were uh, using think it's your W9. You're like, yeah, I don't go totally black because then you
W10.
can always, or W10 because that gives you more room to go even more black,
Yeah. We've
as
gone
Nigel, as Nigel would say.
more black. Right.
How much more black could it be? None more black.
Right. It's a hot Fran Drescher. But yeah. It does allow you to do it though. I'll let that dry for a second. I gotta add these bits. That's why I worked them out on the Photoshop first. Everything's... Yeah, so the reason why I didn't do the stamp is because it will fuck it up. And I don't want to get this far and be like, shit.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with something as unimportant as a stamp.
Yeah, well, how important is it? It would have been cool if it was super simple and I could tint it the color like of this orange, you know what I mean, and blend it in, you know? But how unimportant is it? You know, like, is it worth this kind of effort?
Yeah.
So I got to that Nightcrawler and I was like, I don't want to do it. So I'm not doing it anymore, you know? It's done.
So those 2 or 3 commissions that have it, those
Well, they
people
don't
are.
get the pencils, man. It's
Mm,
$85, dude. I keep that shit.
you didn't use it on any of the finals.
No, that's how I draw. Like, that's the weird part about it, dude. I don't, when I'm doing details, I can't draw with pencil.
No, I mean your stamps.
Oh, no,
Like,
no, 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 no.
did anyone ever get a stamp on their final piece?
No, one character did. So the
So,
blink.
so, so that guy's got like the
Yeah,
limited edition
yeah.
Rob stamped final art.
I think he's the guy that gets this one of the tracers too. So he's gonna have one with it and one without. But I don't give a shit. I'm not going through the stress of what that drove me through. It was very
Yeah.
stressful. But yeah, with the pens, that's why when I do like the roughy line, I call them roughy lines. If I call them pencils, they're not pencils. I use ink. I draw in ink. I only use pencil when I need the gritty texture. And even then now, when I do that, I'm going to be drawing it in ink and then printing out the basic shapes and then doing the pencil over all that. Like how I drew, you know, your the lines to the Rick and Morty. That's
Hmm.
actually how I draw. I just prefer to draw. I don't like the comfortability of being able to erase. I just like to draw the red lines and add the ink and like that's it. You got one shot, bro. Like I don't know, like that's I don't know. This idea of drawing with pencils, I don't know, it just doesn't click with my head. All right, almost there. Let me just add these bits. What are you gonna get at con, dude? You looking forward to anything?
Let's see. I, probably the panels. I enjoy attending. Like Jeff Smith usually has a panel, and
Nice.
Stan Sakai usually is on a panel or two. And then my favorite panel is, I think it's called Quick Draw, where they get 3 different artists. And they're all on like overhead projectors, and uh,
I
like
would
the audience gives them suggestions
I
on
would
like
hate that.
stuff to draw, and they draw really fast. But they're all like super funny guys, so that they're always just doing this. It's just hilarious stuff.
That's cool. I would hate doing it, but yeah.
Yeah, probably not your style of, but uh, but yeah, that's Sergio Aragones.
Yeah. Mad Magazine.
Yeah,
Gru.
that's kind of like his thing. And he
Yeah, when you
does.
draw like Sergio, that must be a lot of fun.
Yeah, yeah. So that stuff, and then I've got a couple commissions I'm picking up at the show.
Nice.
Not getting too much because I bought that uh, original page from Stan Sakai like a month or two ago, and I,
Still feeling that one,
I yeah, I mean, I just put away like a chunk of money every month towards my Comic Con fund, and so I ended up using some of that money to buy that page. So
I'll be honest, though, man. The best thing about con is finding those giant bins where everything's like a quarter and just digging out shit that you always wanted to read. And I like that. In that case, when they're like in quarter bins and shit, I'd prefer to own the original comic versus the trade.
mm,
I like the bad printing. You know, like, I do. I think it. I like the texturing of it. I like all the ads. I want just the way it was. That's why I prefer scans of comics versus the digital ones you can buy on Comixology. Like my friend kicked me a bunch of the Impulse stuff, and it's all from the digital Comixology. I'm like, it's all like that shitty basic Photoshop coloring doesn't work when it's all clean. I'm like, no, I need it all fucked up, bro. Like, I need the scans. I need the. It's not gonna work. They actually get them illegally because they have all the halftones that add character to that coloring.
I'd have to admit I'm a fan of trades. I hate the ads that are in comic books. And I like having them
Yeah,
in one
now I like the old ads. I'm talking about
big
the ones from back
collection.
in the day. Like, I want to see an ad for like Mortal Kombat. You know,
Or Super Spy X-ray glasses.
well, I don't know if I go that far back, but it is cool to see like Wizards and Warriors ads in your X Men, comics and stuff, or the Power Glove, or ads for things that are actually from other companies, but they made it into a movie, like the Turtles. When the Turtles ads appear but it's like for the game or something.
Find the ads for like the Virtual Boy. You're like, if only you had known how this was going to turn out, you wouldn't have spent all these ad dollars.
Well, they knew. The creator Yokoi, the guy Yokoi Gunpei, is the creator of that. He also created the Game Boy. He had a color version. They didn't want to spend the money on it, so they conceded red. And because he felt it was some had to do with certain like the way you see things, he like it would stand out. But they actually had a color version. They demoed it at E3. Dave played it,
It's
but
just too expensive to manufacture at that time.
yeah, they didn't want to spend that money. So see how a
That's
lot of good
okay.
that did him, right?
It's all just stopgap to VR.
Sword art style, really. Have you watched Sword Art Online?
Watched what?
Sword Art Online?
Sword Art Online?
Yeah.
No,
No? Put that
no.
one down. Season 1, specifically.
Sword Art Online. Okay. Add it to my pile of tabs here. They were thinking about doing a Space Usagi cartoon back in the day,
Oh, yeah?
but I was just looking at Dominique's post where he said he was going to do the Bucky O'Hare, and the Bucky O'Hare bombed so bad that they ended up canceling the Space Usagi cartoon because they're like, no, we're not going to do another cartoon
I'm surprised
Space
he didn't get
Rabbit.
another deal when Samurai Jack came out. You know,
Yeah,
seems like given that, I mean, it was successful. It wasn't like it bombed. And the merchandising for Samurai Jack has sold. So I don't.
yeah, I think it'd be fun to see an Usagi cartoon. Uh,
I'm sure he'd like the money. He's like, yeah, you think it'd be fun? I want the fucking money, motherfucker. But is he doing anything other than the comic with that? Like, is anything in the works? Or is it just,
I I can't talk about that.
oh, yeah. That means yes.
I, that's not what I said.
Okay, all right. Yeah, you didn't say that. I'm saying that.
Well, there was
Was
a
it on
leak.
Clinton's? Was it on Clinton's emails? Like, did she was one part of that? It's part of that. Part of a pending FBI investigation.
No, some guy was did like a video podcast or something, and there's some stuff in the background that I guess wasn't supposed to be seen, and someone pulled a screen grab off it, and so I'm
Yeah.
guessing a lot of this stuff is going to be announced at San Diego Comic
Let me
Con.
let me tell you something. No comment is the same as I plead the fifth. You get my drift?
Yeah,
There's no difference to people. To
yeah,
normal people, there's zero difference. I mean,
yeah,
whatever. I mean, I get what they can't say, but Usagi needs all. If they got anything in development, they should be talking about it because they need all the help they can get. Like, it's going to be hard to make a dent. I'm not saying the property isn't good. I'm saying that there's just so much for it to compete against that they need as much advanced buzz as possible, as far as I'm concerned. Because look at
yeah,
Scott Pilgrim. Look how giant. Remember the ads that all over the sides of buildings? You know, and a lot of good that did it. You know.
yeah. Well, I know Stan had licensed a stop motion version
Wow.
of Usagi, and they a guy like actually put together kind of a teaser demo stop motion Usagi piece to try to get some investors. And
No dice.
it was uh, it came out like 2 years ago. The short that he put together, and last I heard, he was talking to people, but that was like a year and a half ago.
Hmm.
I don't know what's happened
Yeah, Usagi in stop motion with the
since.
fur would be amazing if it was done right.
Yeah, I'd love to see it done
The lighting.
fantastic Mr. Fox style.
Yeah, I just want to see like natural lighting and him in a field with the samurai sword and shit.
Yeah,
They could get someone that shouldn't voice him to voice him. Like voiced by Steve Gutenberg is.
uh, trust me, we've had discussions on the Usagi
Fuck!
Yojimbo forum.
Ah, I touched the white. Well, I can fix it. That's not good. I'll fix it. I felt that wetness. I'm like, God damn it.
Oh, now I can see that
Yeah.
the stream has like a 10-second delay or
Yeah, I'll
five
fix it.
second
Once
delay
it
or something.
dries, I can paint over it. But if you try painting it if you try to go over it while it's wet, you're fucked.
It'll just
Yeah, you'll ruin the whole piece. So it's controllable. I have fixed worse. It's the big lie when they say, "Well, it's traditional media. You can't." No, you can. You can paint over anything.
uh, so yeah. So there might be a stop motion Usagi. There might not. I know.
Well, I'd rather that than a cartoon because I got to be honest, man. I weep for American animation. Like even this new Voltron cartoon, everyone was like, "It's amazing." I watched it. I couldn't get through 30 minutes of it. The writing is so expository. Is the word I'm
Mhm.
thinking of? Where they just got to tell you everything You know, they can't just. It's on Netflix. I'm like the one place where you could take your time. If you ever watch Voltron, the original anime, Go Lion, King of Beasts, Go Lion, they didn't get to Voltron to the fourth episode, and this is in like 1983, a children's cartoon. People get murdered and whipped in the first 5 minutes of this cartoon. It was incredibly violent. You know, people. I mean, when I say murdered and whipped, I mean arms hacked off, people eaten alive, blood everywhere. First 30 minutes, first episode. You know, and American cartoons just don't. But stop motion, they could do more. You know, they could have a gravitas. But in 2D animation, it just. You've seen the Hellboy cartoon. I mean, look, it's well drawn, well animated. The designs are cool, but it's not Hellboy. You know, whatever it is, it's like Men in Black with a monster. It's not
Yeah,
Hellboy. You know, and because it isn't horrific, you know, it's not like. I mean, it's not like. Remember that Looney Tunes cartoon they did where they were all looking like Tron? Remember that one?
no,
You ever seen that one? Look that one up.
uh,
Looney Tunes, they all have like black outfits and they all look like. Yeah, they didn't go over too well back in the day. It wasn't a horrific fuck up. People go, "Well, I like that." I'm like, but it's not Hellboy. It's whatever it is. It's like Men in Black. I don't know why they keep turning Hellboy into Men in Black.
yeah, it should have been more Pan's Labyrinth.
Yeah, but you know, they're trying to make. Sony wants that Men in Black money, man. They want it so much they're putting Men in Black in Jump Street.
That's right, they're doing that crossover.
Wow. If the
I,
if the guys from Community were involved, like Dan Harmon, you know, the Russos did that 21 Jump Street, didn't they? Or no, Chris Lord and Phil Miller. But they're off
yeah,
making Star Wars. They got nothing to do with this, you know. So I don't know. You gotta get Seth Rogen to write this shit. They want to have a shot.
Rob Schraub.
Rob Schrab. He's not directing that. He's directing the Lego movie.
No, I'm
Lego
just
2.
saying they should get him involved.
Oh, fuck! They get Rob Schrab directed in anything. You know, it's one of the reasons he wrote a lot of that genius shit on the Sarah Silverman show. I mean, Scud. Just let him make a Scud movie finally. You know, he's paid his dues. Monster House was awesome. I mean, I have an issue with the kids that have super soakers. I hate that shit, but you know, I get they had to concede something. I hate when they do that. You have the kids super soakers. What are you gonna do with a fucking super soaker? Monster Squad, the kids made bullets. They melted down the silverware and made fucking bullets and brought guns to the show, bro. You know, super
Well,
soakers.
at least Super Soakers are a step up from walkie talkies.
He actually, yeah, but you know what? At least he took that back.
Yeah. He's like, sorry guys, I screwed that up.
You know, gotta admit, gotta give. Now, what about the BFG? That's gonna do. Why do they? I don't get it. The BFG is a gun and doom, right? Like I don't get it. Who thought a giant old dude was gonna bring in the kids to a movie?
Yeah, just like character design wise.
I thought Robert Zemeckis was doing this shit. I thought it looked just like Polar Express. And,
He has those dead eyes.
yeah,
It's, what do they call that? The uncanny valley, where it's like
yeah.
too realistic to
There's nothing realistic about the Polar Express. It's dead. It's dead people
yeah,
walking. It's called zombies and shit. You know?
yeah, but it's like they look too realistic, even though they have like that dead look to them. Whereas that dead look would be okay if it's just traditional
Well,
animation.
people forget that's what the Incredibles managed to fix. They found a way around it with the animated look, you know. But the Incredibles is the first time they made humans, CG humans, and people weren't like horrified. You ever see that Pixar Baby short they did back in the '80s?
Yes,
Yeah, it's like it's the things. It's the stuff of nightmares. You know, to this day, I look at it, I'm like, that is fucking horrific. You know, God almighty. I mean, it's the best they could do at the time, but so was Victor Frankenstein's work, you know? It's the best he could do given the circumstances. Polychromos black pencil. Genius fucking little tool. Underappreciated. It's one of my new little secret weapons. It'll go over anything. It's smooth. Doesn't hurt your hand. Don't get the knuckle crunch. You go here and just fade little blends together. Pop things out. Looks like ice cream on paper.
Ice
Smooth.
cream.
Yeah, I know, right? So I get to do two of the other poses today. Fuck. They'll go faster than this. I have it. Her skin tone's worked out now. I know the black outline thing will hold up. But you can never tell. Like in the computer, it looks fine, but then, it could all go to shit. As evidenced by the Jeff Bridges CG incarnation in Tron. Like, it looked fine when we were looking at it on our desktop, and then we put it on the screen. It's a
Suddenly, when he's 20 feet tall,
None of this works. Yeah, that version of him in Tron was really bad. And I couldn't figure out, like, it looked worse than the shit I seen. Like, it looked worse than the Scorpion King in Mummy 2. I feel. Because what's their fucking excuse? That's 2002. Like, this is 2010 at the time with Tron. Like, if they're gonna do a young CGI of Jeff Bridges, like, they should have had that shit worked out. Like, I don't get it, man.
it's kind of like how the dinosaurs look worse and worse with every subsequent Jurassic Park.
Fuck that. You ever see Dinosaur? Remember the Disney movie? Remember their answer to
Oh,
Pixar?
yeah. I
Yeah.
didn't. I didn't see it, but
Oh, I did. Oof.
yeah, I was always confused. Like, why do the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park 3 look worse than the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park 1?
Money. Just like the special effects in Superman 3 are far worse than the one in the first Superman movie. Because we didn't
Yeah.
spend any money. the the Okay, I take it back. My first real Phantom Menace experience is Superman: The Quest for Peace. That was when I know life can fail you. Like I knew what failure was when I had to sit through Superman: The Quest for Peace. Just abject. No one gave a fuck. We're gonna take your money. I mean, if it weren't for Spaceballs, I'd have had a depressing summer.
I don't think I've ever seen Superman 3
So Superman 4 is a Quest for
or
Peace.
4.
3 is just annoying. Why is Richard Pryor in this whole fucking movie? And there's barely any Superman till the very end. And when it is, the effects were pretty bad. But Superman 4, The Quest for Peace, they drag a woman. It's drag Mariel Hemingway into space. Just, and she fly her back. Like, everyone just goes into space in the movie, dude. It's the strangest fucking thing I've ever seen. They just go into space, dude.
No, nobody caught that like during the script stage. Like, yeah, guys,
Script straight. Christopher Reeve wrote it.
really?
Yeah. He was trying. Yeah, but I mean, given how bad that movie was, it's a miracle Tim Burton got that movie made. You know, the Batman film.
Mm. Like, it should have just killed the entire superhero genre.
Yeah. I don't know how that film got made. My guess is, and a lot of people think, actually had to do with the Rolling Stone article on The Dark Knight Returns. That it was such, it was the comics were growing up, and like it was just this, it was so glowing of The Dark Knight Returns that that's actually what got the movie greenlit.
Hmm. I still need to see the Death of Superman Lives.
That's good. It's not the most well put together documentary. You know, it's Schnepp is very cheesy in some aspects, but it's very captivating. I mean, he has so much footage. You know, the content is where the movie's really at. You know, like dodge and burn and bezeled embossed fonts are not my thing. Like lime green and neon red color schemes on my fonts are not something I would do. You know, I'm picky about that shit. You know, Schnepp doesn't seem to care. But it is quite good. I mean, there's stuff in there I didn't think I'd ever see. Yeah, and surprisingly, the music is actually pretty good. I gotta admit, it's low budget, but it actually works. It's got a cool rhythm to it. So I give it a thumbs up. You know, I back that too. Sketchcraft is in the credits.
Brought to you by SketchCraft.
Yeah, 3 hours of credits later, right in the very bottom.
Yeah.
Like I backed Mighty Number Nine when it was first pitched. You know, and so the game finally ships. The game is like 2 hours long, but the credits are 4.5 hours. They actually, and it made it worse. Like, not just did they put all the backers, they added as a generous backer to each person. So there's 65,000 backers, you know, and they all also, on top of their names, have is a generous backer added to it. Strange. Really strange, dude. No, I'll probably mess with this a little bit in the morning, but I think overall, this will work. It's a success overall, right? I think it gets the job done.
Yeah.
They're gonna rip it up and be like, "Fuck you." This isn't what I signed up for. Sketchcraft. Burn in hell written on my lab door. The sun's already up. This is ridiculous. I'm up way too late. Can't believe you hung around.
I'm really good at staying up late. I'm terrible at waking up early.
I'm with you. You know how hard it was for me to be in the army? I count it every day. I just can't wait till I don't have to get up. The worst were laundry days when you had to do like 4:30 a.m., you know? And I was so afraid I'd miss a formation and get in trouble. I'd wake up. To this day, it affects me. I'll wake up every other hour, you know? Not get any kind of solid amount of sleep.
That's the saddest thing I've heard all day.
Yeah, well, yeah, you know what's more sadder than that? Watching a guy get fucking docked $200 and a week's worth of extra duty for missing formation.
I knew there was a reason I didn't join the military. Early
It's
hours.
fun to watch other people get fucked up, though. There is a bonus to being in the. Oh, so you know the best bonus to being in the army is they can't fire you. You know, like you could do really poorly and fuck things up, but they don't really fire you. You know, you learn your lesson. You learn to not do it again. Put it that way. I wish we had more of that. But yeah, I mean, when I was in, it was more like Animal House, National Lampoons. It was more like Porky's and shit like that with guns. You know, like Stripes. It really was like Stripes. I remember I was in the same platoon, Fort Knox, same platoon. Went to the same training courses in Stripes. They're like John Candy biffed it right here. That was where I trained. They were Bravo Company. I was Charlie, but same. Which is weird because they're armor, but in the movie, they never. It's weird. They never really address what they're doing. But yeah, the whole idea that they're gonna go out there all fucked up and do parade and shit and singing, yeah, that's never gonna fly. My favorite is when they get their hair cut, and Bill Murray had it in his contract that he's not getting that shit done. Same with Harold Ramis. So everyone has their hair cut, but they don't. And it just look at John Kenny who decided to get his whole head shaved. That's an actual like reaction. uh, all right, that's good enough. All right, everybody, I'm done. Kyle, you want to pimp anything? You want to plug anything for those that hung out?
Nah,
Go see Kyle's work on Making a Murder. It's like this one shot in the opening credits.
it's like a whole half-second long.
That's
It's
Kyle.
amazing.
You watch Making a Murder in the opening, but you know what, Kyle? And I told you 100 times, they get to see it like 13 times. You know, the
True.
same shot. That's pretty good. You know,
Okay,
so
yeah.
yeah, you gotta look at the website, man. Most people they don't never get the shit. And at least your shit's in the beginning. Like if it was in the end credits, no one's watching that. Like, you know, nobody. So,
Unless you are a Marvel movie.
unless you're a Marvel movie, yeah. So there's that. All right, everybody. If you have any comments or questions, leave them below. I'll see you all later on today. Peace.
Later.